Hi. I was running around my house. Do I have my right headphones plugged in? I do not. Hello, hi, welcome. Where the hell are my headphones? Teto is playing. I need to listen to that new Teto song. Teto, no. Let me switch this. I want to hear the music. Yeah. Teto. How does this fold? Do. Hello, hi, welcome. Why are you tiny? Me? Tiny? The hell you mean? Let's see. I did take my vitamins. Thank you, Doc. And I love the winner today is Kai. Thank you. Hi, Kai. Hi, Doc. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Fire. I think that's still a goobers. Your stature? No, I knew you. You were speaking in small. I was speaking in small because I could hear myself. Also, I was a little bit far away from the mic. I was trying to get my headphones in order. Teto is screaming at me, though. These headphones are so much louder. Is Teto supposed to be? Teto 30. I don't think Teto is that old. Oh, I just typed in old. Oh, yeah, she's 31. Her official age is 31. This is new. Yes. Put that right there. Meow 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 meow. Oh. Meow 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 meow. Oh. What is the Linux? I disappear. Good luck. Good luck getting Linux on there. I believe in you. You should play with me, but it's Dying Light Day. It's Dying Light Day. A good game? I was scared to join. I let my little voices in my head talk to me. That sounds really fucking dramatic. But wait, that sounded a little extra dramatic than it was supposed to be. Oh my god, I let the little voices in my head talk to me. It's Mixed Bags Monday. You're right. Well, it's Dying Light Monday now. But yes. There's a pirate as he should. As he should. Haunted joined? I saw when Haunted joined. I'm glad you all had fun. Hi, Junior. How was lunch? We are playing Dying Light. I already said it. Crash a ship? Fuck yeah. What type of, Oh, I was getting the Teto song. What type of story did you guys do? It seems to be pirate themed. It just occurred to me that it seems to be pirates. Really? Please. Be my bad boy, be my dad, be my weekend lover, but damn it. Start on Spotify. Okay, sorry, bad boy. Gotta pause you. Ew, you gotta hear the commercial. It's a Coca-Cola commercial. Okay. I love Teto. You and Doc were just big yappers afterwards. Fuck yeah. Yeah, you guys stayed on for so fucking long. It was so funny. Because I looked and I was like, what? They're still there? Got me a sandwich? Fuck yeah. How do you know I'm on lunch? It seems to be that the only time you can join now, Junior, is your lunch. Which so happens to be the start of the stream. Which is very funny. Fuck yeah. Sandwich. Hired mercs to protect a train? Pirates trying to rob us? Fuck yeah. From communicating, but I will be joining again for the computer. Okay. Please come back to us. I'll cry. Yeah, I wanted to join, but I felt bad because I didn't know what I was doing, and I think the thought of it overwhelmed me, and I just instead did nothing. I did have somebody over at my house, though, so I did have to deal with family stuff, too. Not bad family stuff, just people were in my house. Always cry? Yeah, but I don't, so don't make me cry. I don't want to cry. I love Tato. Kev did make fun of me, or Kevin made fun of me. Kev would make fun of me too. Both of the Kevins. The Kevins would make fun of me. Promise we're not scary. It's just scary. That's what Kevin did tell me. He was just like, well, it was this person's first time. I was like, well, I was unaware of that. So that one's not my fault. I was unaware. I know. I was just scared. And I was just like, I don't know. Because, like, besides scheduling issues for me at least, because genuinely I am the biggest scheduling issue for you guys if we ever try to plan group things, because the rat. Can I send it? Yeah. I'm just a wee little baby, and I am very scared because I don't understand any of it. And it's like, I will understand it because, like, I play Baldur's Gate. Not the same, but, like, same. I'll pick up some of the same things from that. Yes. See if I can open it and pause it. Okay. Paused it. It was like, I just need to pause it in time. But yeah, I was slightly busy, but then I was sad that I didn't join. But you guys were on for so long. Which maps? What's that? Fuck yeah, as you should, Kai. Also, I'm eating a little cutie because I've been eating salami and pepperonis for like 3 days straight. Maps. 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 I see. Maps do be like that. Okay, wait, this one? I feel like I've seen this art for Teto. That's understandable when you're just too fucking good. Rolling nat 20s? I need to raise this. Oh, I can't raise it. I look really tiny. I look like an actual child. I think I'm anxious of some sort. I'm shaking my legs. Well, maybe it's because I'm sitting normally and I'm anxious because of that. Every roll? I think every roll but one of my bonus action was a nat 20. That's crazy. Small me. I've been a part of the Yapper session afterwards. Yapper session where people greeting sessions they never came. Damn, it be like that, Doc. It do be like that. At least I didn't say I was gonna join that and then didn't join. Hee 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 hee. It wasn't me. Me too, Teto. I'm layering this color. Gonna get good wink wonk. Fuck yeah. I've been a little. It's been a little bit of a rough week. Weekend? I guess not a week. Rough week. Yeah, I guess rough weekend. Nothing bad happened. I've just been beating myself up. So, admittedly, not there. I already own you backstage. It was supposed to get good. Nobody. Damn. Hey, you have fun, even if the party is small. You know? This is a nice tattoo. Tattoo? Teto song. I'm fixing all of my screens. Put that back there. Dude, Marvel Rivals. I love Rogue so much. She's not in it yet, but like her model is shown. She's so pretty, and I love Gambit. I hate everybody playing Gambit though, because that's my role. Not to play Gambit, but it is to play Gambit. But I am a healer. Hi, Coco. How are you? Ow, wow, wow, wow. Hi, Giraffe. The Rogan Gambit look just like me and my wife Hannah were talking about it because the first day they came out, we played like all day. And we were so excited how Rogue looked because it's like I don't mind how Jean Grey looks, Phoenix, but like we're not the biggest fans of it. We're like they could have just like done exactly her comic look, but they didn't. But that they did it for Gambit and Rogue. I'm like, thank you, see, you didn't need to change anything. Just add the little pizzazz to it. But like you didn't really need to go change it. I love it so much. Their team is in a book club right now, and I'm not invited mostly because I didn't read the book and they've already weeks in. Now I eat lunch with my little voices, so they're the ones missing out, Junior. They are. Do they get a mochi on their screen? No. We yearn for Gamba. Yes. For the gesture makes my brain go burr. I agree. Mochi, you're gonna knock that over. Oh, that's a shovel. Situation in our Discord where we couldn't. Oh. It really be like that sometimes. Sometimes the plans don't fall through. Oh, that was on YouTube, so the song ended and then everything ended. Time to play this absolute banger of a song. Absolute banger of a song. I have too many things on my desk, I'm gonna be honest. You got foods? What types of foods do you get? Hey, you can't have my saltine crackers. No, you can't. Mochi intermission, yes. Hi, quiet, how are you? Don't mind the mochi on the screen. Don't eat my saltine crackers. I'll kick you off this desk. Doc is being dramatic. Completely understandable and completely okay. That's how I react too. Getting bullied by my cat right now. She's just being a menace, being overdramatic, as you deserve to be overdramatic. You know, I haven't seen the sun in a couple of days. I'm being dramatic. Oh. There's a spot on this that is dirty. I haven't seen the sun in a couple of days. I'm being dramatic and depressed. You know? Being overly dramatic because I haven't seen the sun. Hey, girly, can you like not? Yeah, you knocked over my little duck. Don't bite it. That's mine. Give me these. You're gonna knock them over. You can't sit there. You cannot. Don't descend. Don't descend. You cannot descend there. That is not a point of which you can descend. You can descend over there. Just don't give anybody money in the chat, please. Please. That's all I ask of you, Mochi. Don't give chat money. Okay, who needs on me? I get the best. I love the sun. Oh my god. I like flashbang me. Dude, Kai, the version of the song, so good. I want to dance around the ball with friends. I agree. I need to fix this kind. It's such a good song. I should put it on loop. Hold on. Mochi, you can't really descend there quite well. Could you like not? Put that there. Anyways, yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm kind of beating myself up in the head, but I'm going to Disneyland tomorrow, so I'm very excited. Where you took down a helicopter with a can of beans. I love Gambit so much. Mochi, why is that the choice of which you've chosen? I love Gambit so much. What are those mutant powers? That's kind of... You kind of understand why humans fear mutants? He can make a bomb out of anything. He can make it explode! Also, I have these little tiny mushrooms I got. And, the best of all, duck. Pink duck. I also got blue duck, but I gave it to my mom. I love Gambit so much. He's one of my favorite mutants. I have a couple of favorite mutants, and he's at the top. Top contender of favorite mutant. Aw, duck, yeah! My little duck is pink. I got my mom a blue one because I came home with a blue and a pink one. Because why not? I don't feel like I'm yapping today. Oh my god. My head's about to knock out. That's it. It's okay. What does that mean? My head's about to knock out? I have no clue what that means, but it sounded right. Sounded right. Oh, I didn't post a second short TikTok, whichever edit, because I ended up not liking my arc writer edit. I need to send it to B because I think it's really pretty and I think it's okay, but like, I think it's okay. So my brain's fighting. Anyways, I have some backlog stuff now because I then rapidly edited a couple other things because I was like, well, I don't know what to edit. I was like, well, I need to edit other stuff. It's like, well, I could test this one. Oh, we could see if this works. So yeah. Duck. I missed your match. Jamming out. They play Gambit in the Channing Tatum. Ooh, I'm about to make a name of myself. I love Channing Tatum as Gambit. He did a really good job, especially with the accent, and I love that for him. Then at one point it was canon that his ass just had so much energy inside of him that he was able. I love Gambit so much. I love the writers for Gambit. For the Wolverine, yeah, which Wolverine movie? Oh, no, you're so right, Coco. You're so right, Coco. I know exactly which one. The Origins one. I actually don't. I'll be honest, Coco. I actually do not know who the fuck that man is. Wolverine. I actually do not even know who the fuck that man is. There he is. Yes, he did really good. I love Channing Tatum for the accent. He did a really good job. Sorry, that Deadpool movie is in fact my Wolverine movie because I love Wolverine so much. Bro, I forgot about him. Friday Night Lights? Hold on. What have you been answering? Have never watched that. Ooh, Covenant. Wait, go. Oh my god, wait, he was one of the brothers in Battleship. I love that movie so much. John Carter? I love when people start to learn. It's just like, John Carter, is that you? Painkillers, True Detective. Yeah. Wow, John Carter was 2012? That's crazy. I didn't know this was the same man in all of these collectively. Is for a bit, did I miss the roles? You have not. Actually, Junior, since you do work, I'm gonna do the roles really quick, so if anybody else wants one, we're gonna do some right meow. Just so I make sure that Junior gets his role. Oh my good heavens. Why did it not show? Okay. First up is Doc. 2, 4, and 14. You're depressed. But you're here. Kai. 14, 16, 17. Amazing, because new Nintendo song and we have Pokemon playing. And I have Pokemon news for you. Junior. 14, 16, and 2. You're doing good. Your work is going well and everything. Move went well. 2, because you can't be here. Yeah. Next up is Quiet. Does a dance. I can see the Dino Detective. Quiet, what the fuck is up with you? What the fuck is that? You got a 9, 3, and 2. You're just EP tired. And you want to play games more. Coco? 12, 2, and a nat 20. I don't know how the fuck you're doing, bro. Oh my god. You got a nat 20, so you're doing great. But you got a 2, which is almost close to a 1, so you're also depressed. But you got a 12, so like, you're just gliding. You're just floating. Oh, no, my dice! We got Pokemon music going. And everything. So, you know, you're living. The day is in your hand. How did the fucking dice know? How the fuck dice fucking know? The dice just knows. Hee hee hee. Song so much. I would gladly have the song on repeat. I'm so upset that it's not on Spotify. But that's okay. I got you, Junior. Gotta cater to Junior and his new work schedule. 2 from that reset. Ew. We can probably okay, that's fair. Not 20 because I have all the space in the world for oh you have space on your computer now? I'm about to have the busiest time of my year because of the holidays, but I will find time. He was an American Assassin? Okay, this Gambit, this man has been in a lot more than I thought he was. I just didn't realize it was the same man. I miss John Carter was a good movie. Sorry, rereading the stuff before I switched to doing rolls and just the dogs. God, don't say that. That was a gut punch to hear when it came out. Name is a different. I just dropped my entire lotion. Send link. Also quiet. Send link. Whatever song you want. Just send it. Full cap. Send it. The Halo time. We will find it. We will find the Halo time. Even if it's just a little short time, but we slowly work in the Halo time. Slowly we will get there. We'll have this space so it's there and it will sit there ready. I think I need to go into the game to download the right game that we're on, though, but we will have this space. We will have the space. Is this man doing anything? Oh, I guess. Wow. I can't believe that's the same man. He doesn't, like, scream Gambit to me, but he was a great Gambit. He had the sassiness to him.
But now I have too much energy. How are you?
I have little energy. I will steal it from you. Doing good. I'm having a mental battle right now. Not currently, but like just song and dance. Fuck yeah. Just in general. Right now, I'm kind of amazed by it. Gambit actor. I didn't realize it was him. This part of the song. Oh, it's given. I know exactly what song it is. I have it liked. It's in my liked songs. I know exactly what song it is. Somebody cooking and burning something. I don't know why, but I can't. Okay, my senses are kind of fucked today. Hold on, I need to smell, and I can't smell while I'm hearing. I don't know what it is. It's not my lotion. Somebody's making tortillas. Why are you burning something? Why can I smell you burning something? I'm having a I was about to say, am I having a stroke? I thought I just messed up my entire sentence. This case, if you allow me to join. Just real as hell. Sorry. Just freaking breathe into the mic as I'm yawning. Shivering peak? Ooh, what do we got here? Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, no. Pause, please. Okay, I'm gonna pause this one. We're gonna listen to Quiet's song recommendation. Great song. And then we'll go back to Pokemon. Her song is so fucking good. I'm excited for Resident Evil 6. I think I'm about to hit the wall. I need to have a lot more caffeine. Stopped in the song. Seeing what it's from, yeah. You're real for that. Does I'm temporarily remove myself from the equation? Ooh. Because I've been off talking. Ooh, okay. I was like, wait, I read that message, Haunted. I was like, wait, I need the context from the previous message. But good. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you're doing well. I need a little bit of caffeine and a little bit of spice. Agenda. Oh, I gave Stop this song as you should, as we all do. It is a good show. It is a good show. Oh god, hold on. I need to cross my legs in such a way that I hit my disc. Okay. Sorry, I'm small again. Come back down here. Okay. Another one. Okay, I will open that and queue it up. What's your name, Mako? Okay, we have some bangers after this. Why, yes. Is that because I was eating pasta? Ooh, chocolate cake. That sounds so good. I had a blueberry muffin, a little bit of salami and cheese, and a cutie. I've been eating like I've been in middle school again. You know, that's probably why I don't have energy. I had albondigas last night, though. That was delicious. My favorite. Oh, the food. So we have food trucks backstage. And sometimes they have specials, and sometimes they don't. But the food truck yesterday apparently had pozole, and I was gonna get it, but then my friend was like, "Yeah, it's pork pozole." I was like, "I won't. It'll make my tummy hurt." Dude slop? What's dude slop? Okay. Oh, Kai, I have Pokemon news for you. Let me lock into opening these and pausing them. Okay, I open them and I pause them. Okay. You can't eat pork? Okay, Junior, I can, and I do. I just shouldn't. I'm allergic to it. But do I still do it? Yes. It's my brother's birthday, so I eat cake. Oh, you eat it the cake. Okay. Happy birthday, that eat. You're so real for that, though, Haunted. That's so real. What are you staring at? Sorry, she's locked in on something. I was playing Pokemon last night, Kai. I was playing Pokemon Scarlet. Did I advance anywhere in the story? Absolutely not. I just reached the other town, which is right next to the main town where you first started the school. And by that, it's because I was running around. I was like, I want that one. I want that one. I want that one. So I was just catching Pokemon. I caught the, I forget his name, but he's like the treasure chest. He reminds me of a mimic from D&D. That's all that I did. Did it, rice, ground beef, taco seasoning, some veggies from a can. Potion food apps. Oh, that bowl looked really good, Doc. That bowl looked good. Finish Violet DLC? I gotta finish any of them. I haven't even finished Black and White. That one's the closest on, but I need to charge my DS if I want to play that. Productive, I promise. Yeah, but you didn't come back to us. So therefore I'm gonna cry. Simply how it is. Yeah, Grimmel! I named him Mimic. I also named one of them a really funny bad name. And then I named another one Hippity, and I need to get another Pokemon and named it Hoppity. Evolving that one, I don't know if I'm gonna evolve that one. I'm working so hard to get Sprigatito up. And Psyduck. I do have a Psyduck. So Psyduck is one that I immediately caught when I first started that game. So I do have a little Psyduck. Would like a shiny Psyduck, simply because he's blue. But yes. Have I ever met somebody with a pork allergy? Well, now you have, Junior. I'm also extremely sensitive to grease, and don't you dare press any buttons on this keyboard, girly. Girly, why are you choosing... Girly.
I think I hate my writing and my characters, and I
Okay.
want to restart.
Well, she's just laying exactly in front of my stream deck, and I don't want her to press the buttons. So, I just have to move everything really quick. Blue side duck. I want a blue side duck because he's just blue. Good amount of food groups have some nutritional value, so I approve. Fuck yeah, we love a nutritional value. Actually, have plumbers dig up my kitchen. That's crazy. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. It's okay, Nikki. To restart, it's okay. I didn't join D&D because I was too scared and I didn't know what I was doing. So therefore, I just crumbled and sat in depression. I really just wanted to listen. This is the same creator who did that. I love. I will pause it now. The song's almost over. Okay. First up, this one. Oh my god, it's another one. Her song is so good. Bye, Junior. We'll miss you. It's just a euphemism. It's all her song, as it should be. Playing it, all I did was play with the pie. I know. That's what Kevin was telling me afterwards. Just like we had, it was a couple of you who were completely new to it. And I was like, well, I didn't have that critical information in my brain, okay? And now it's too late. Now it's too far gone. And I'm just scared of people. I am, like, truthfully and honestly, actually really scared of people. So yeah, gotta sit in the car. Yeah, I saw when you joined because I looked and I was like, oh, there was a new player. Almost exclusively center song. That's good. I love her song. I do really actually love her song. So like, I love this. Lost Kai's character amount of health. Damn, how much health? Play next week? Of course I'll let you play. Literally anytime. I don't think they have a big one going. I think it's just been short one-shots. 30 points? Damn. That's crazy amount, though, to lose that much. She's falling asleep. Mochi's falling asleep. I've missed you guys. Yay! I'm so glad you're streaming. Me too. It's okay. It really be like that sometimes. But welcome in. Hello. How have you been other than that? Hopefully you had an okay weekend. 56, not a full 60. Well, still to lose half of your like normal full amount of health is crazy. I should put my dinosaur socks on. I have dinosaur Christmas socks. That's not the game I wanted. I was trying to pull up. There it is. Pokemon trading card. Open Sesame! I don't really care for the new pack that they came out with, the 3. I did get, let's see. Let's show off my cards so I can update Kai of what I have. Since I haven't been opening them on stream. I did get this one recently. I got these little puppers.
I have never played D&D because my brother promised to set up a game but never did. So I've made a character. I need to get someone to check it at some point, but I like and am excited to try.
Hell yeah. I'm glad, Haunted. I'm glad. Honestly, my brothers did the same thing where they're like, okay, we're gonna go play D&D, and then left me. I was like, what the hell? I was so offended. Sending more. Oh, you sent more? Don't be sorry. Sucks. Is Sarah about to post feet on stream? No. Absolutely not. For free? Disgusting. Disgusting. Wait, none of these are on loop. Where's my mouse? Okay, next one. Here's Coco's. Here's Miku. This is our break between Pokemon stuff. Miku. Except it's not. I see what it is. And I know what song it is, but it's Miku, okay? It's different. It's different, I swear. It's Miku. It's cold here too, which it really isn't that cold. It's 59 Fahrenheit. Is that really? How do I change this? I don't want to do math right now. So whatever. God, I know when high amounts. I think it's like 60 out. Hold on. I was putting on dino socks. I actually don't know this amount. It's 15. It's 15 out, which unfortunately is actually really chilly for us, but because you know, I'm used to like 30 Celsius. I'm used to 30, so like oh, when it drops kind of this low, it's kind of chilly. Let me do your little roll. There we go. 59 and 10. You're doing good. Honestly, you're doing really good. You're taking care of yourself. You got D&D coming up now, so you're doing great. Okay. Let me collect this one. That one didn't pause right away. I mean, not that I wanted to. not that I wanted to. Want to play more D&D? I really do want to play D&D. Oop. I tried to aim to pause it. I opened up the bio instead. Okay. Hi, Goomber. How are you? Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. I was hearing that noise last night playing Pokemon. Doing good. The 9 is because of creative writing is happening. Yeah, the 9 isn't necessarily bad. It's just kind of like the little dwindles. Like something's a little bit up, but like not necessarily bad at all. How are you doing? Live accidentally went shopping today? What do you mean accidentally? Was it good shopping? Did you buy yourself stuff? How did it go? Sorry, these overalls really bug me. Because they don't fit me, so I need to re-sew them, but I haven't. What was I doing? Oh, I had Pokemon up on my phone. Oh, a little wow, I think I'm illiterate. A little to the left is on sale on Steam right now, and I have it on my wish list, so I got the notification. I thought it said a letter to the list. Oh, that's what I hear. So I think I'm a little illiterate. Bitch, your solution to anything. Just take it off. Just take it off. Hi, John. How are you? I was finally catching up on messages yesterday. I apologize to any of my friends who I have left with no response. Because I too should respond to some of my other friends. I have one from a week ago. It's been a rough week. It's been a rough week. I'm tempted to keep River around. He's pretty fun to play. Ooh. And a tiefling druid, but I got someone to help me set up my stats, so I think it's okay. Honestly, Haunted, it be that way. That's me, because I don't know how to do stats. Stats is not something I know how to do. Design a character, I can do. But yeah. Sick, no! But I guess yippee, because I didn't... Who? Doc, why would you... It was just on my wish list. What... I saw that notification. It didn't even pop up on my Steam yet. It didn't even pop up on my Steam yet that I got the accept a gift. I got the email before I saw that. I done said it on... I don't even know how much that was. It is something I want to play. Let me... Oh. I didn't even remember what game that was. I do know what game that is. Why did I open up? Oh, Hotel Barcelona. Oh, it has mixed reviews. Did it? That's the one with really pretty art. It's intriguing, but I don't know. It has mixed reviews. Didn't know that. There is a game I do need to play. Nikki gave it to me, and it's really funny. Yeah, okay. A little to the left might be a not stream game, because I might just play the fuck out of that. It's just a puzzle game. It's a really cute puzzle game. Okay, it was only $7. So I was like, why the fuck did you buy it? I remember how much it was. Anyways, Joel, I hope you're feeling better. I hope you feel better soon. I hope you get well soon. Good situation with my mom and dad in the car. They wanted to go shopping. I didn't, so it dropped me off close to home, but I realized I didn't get the fucking keys. Oh. Did the cabin join the parents? Ended up somehow finding 3 sweat. Well, fuck yeah. Okay, I'm glad I ended up good at least, Cooper. That's so sad. That's so sad. It's just like, okay, well, I'm home now. Well, I can't get in. It'd be that way. Just like, number should I put for this? Yeah, no, Wanda, I really don't understand the stats at all. I need to have somebody sit down with me and teach me each one, because that one I do not know at all. Hi, Steve. I haven't played it yet. I was excited for the reviews. It was pretty mixed. Yeah. Yeah, the reviews seem really mixed for the Hotel Barcelona. Back to sleep. Yes, go to sleep, Joel. Take care of yourself. It's so good. I remember watching people play it a lot, and so it intrigued me because I'm like, this looks nice. I like this type of puzzle game. I didn't mean anything to come out of it. I just was saying because it popped up, and I was illiterate because it popped up on my phone, and I was like, a little to the left, but I read it as a letter to the list. I was like, what? What game is this? I literally had to blink and re-look at it, blink again, and then the letters focused. Fucking laser sights. Glab, how could it go wrong? Honestly, how could it go wrong? The art is so pretty for that game. Que paso, ma'am? It's my favorite tracks. Is this, who I think it is? Yes, it is. Oh, it just ended. Anyways, now to our other versions of our favorite song. Auto-generated name. I worked really hard for my one girlie's name, and I have yet to use her. I've yet to use her, and I think I am going to make... I think I have to make actual Harley for a D&D game. I think I need to make Harley. If I join you guys, if I join you guys, should I play as Harley? I'm emotionally attached to Harley. And to Soul. Soul and Harley. I have another one, Rose, which is my solo Baldur's Gate run, but like I'm not attached to her as much as a Soul. Soul and Harley are like my babies. First with 3 unique outfits. I'm so happy. Fuck yeah, we love outfit shopping. I love clothes so much, so I love that. Can I transfer it to the character sheet? Can I leave? Who? That's a question. What is Saturday's name? Samuel Colt. Fireman inventor. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Very fitting. Get road trip to the end of the world? Sorry, gotta move my freaking keyboard back. My cat was sitting on the other side. Road trip. Road trip to the end of the world. There we go. Okay. At the library. That's a fish! That looks cute. It looks like cute silly. Offers your name suggestions? Honestly, like, I'm bad with choosing names, so I will take that. Like, I am happy with my name. I finally came up with that. Harley was a group effort here. Doc is the one who eventually coined it, but was really good. Soul is because I was basing it off of Sun and Moon, because she's a druid. I have many druid characters. I really like druids. Whatever you want. We just want you. I'm just like, man, should I actually build Harley? Because, like, she would be really fun. Feels so much real. I should make a little cat character. I would have to ask Kevin for permission for that, in the sense of, am I allowed? May I? Join us? I think Doc does. I know people want me to join. I'm just scared of people. You may cry at the end. Ooh, okay. Taking note, taking note. To rev up like a Harley? Exactly. It was too good not to do it. And then we had the fucking biggest raid of our life. And I had to explain that. Both played cat people recently? Fuck yeah, okay, I'm allowed to. Cause I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know the rules. Oh, I was still playing Pokemon on my phone. The community created? Yeah, I don't know. I'm scared of people. Draw background story. See, Haunted, that's what I forgot about my character. I was like, fuck, I haven't thought about my character's like whole story in so long. Cause when I created her, I had a little bit of a story, but it did not have a lot. But truth be told, they were only doing like one shots. So like I shouldn't worry too much about it. Do 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 do. We're gonna pull from this one. I just need to pull my Pokemon cards. Being moved to 24 would be difficult because her subclass doesn't exist. That's okay. I can just build some sort of Harley. If not, I'll build something else. I'll build something in memory of Harley. In memory of our dear Harley. Because what subclass did we make her? I got Spider. Okay, I got a Spider. Nikki, I'm about to show it, but it's Pokemon Spider. Spider. Well, what the hell is that? Spider. Oh, College of Swords. Why'd they take that away? Because that was really cool. What the hell are you? Heatmore. Heatmore? Heatless. Knockoff. Harley's knockoff cousin. Yes. A literal fairy as a gay person. I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm sure I can convince Kevin to let us do anything. We open one of this one. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oopsie. Yeah, well. Do, 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 do. This one. There we go. We have one shiny one at the back. You can't see that for shit. You see that little card in the back? That's a good one. They haven't found a good way to balance the 2024 rules. But Slowpoke. You can't see shit. Hold on. It brightened. It said no, you can't see it. I can. Slowpoke. Ali. Seadra. What's this shiny? Oh. A Pharaohs. So cute. I'd really do anything if it was you. Yeah, I think that's why I'm scared of people. So I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I do owe Kevin a big one because I did, in fact, I didn't. I did, in fact, avoid him at the Ren Fair. I didn't. There was no fucking service at Ren Fair that year. I can't believe we were there on the same day, though. That fucking sucked. And then I didn't get, that's the year that I didn't get to watch the, final jousting, match. And so I just heard it from Kevin, like, yeah, there was blood. I was like, what? There's never service there. There was better, I feel like last year there was better service. But yeah, it's a shitty service there. But yes, I in fact did avoid Kevin, so I owe him one. Who did I meet up with last? Oh, Shaylin, my love. That's who I met up with. Where's the fucking tomb? I want that one. ¿Dónde está? Ah, okay. Many times during river. No, I did in fact avoid Kevin. It is the running line here now. Remember playing with us? Yes, I did tell him that unfortunately I am now going into like the this is a remix. The like busiest time of the year. So it's gonna be a little bit harder for me, but by the start of the new year, which sounds really dramatic and very far away, but unfortunately that is not far away anymore. By the new year I should have a lot more time. Unless I randomly get a weekend off, I really hope that. But yeah. Went ham on the remixes? No, that's okay. I was just like, which this one? Okay, this is a remix. We got a remix playing. That's what we got. You guys make me very happy, thank you. I say calmly as I'm playing my Pokemon game. I don't want to edit, you guys. I don't know what to edit because I like making the fun, silly little edits with songs, but then I also like silly little memes. I was trying to figure out an edit for the Love Me song, and I thought of a really cool point for Outlast Trials, but I don't know if I want to go through all the work for that. I think by the new era, I'll be losing weekends. No! You'll be losing weekends. That's actually kind of crazy. Why would you be losing weekends? Now I'm curious. Sorry, it was also... Now I'm trying to close the Pokemon game. Jesus, I couldn't. We'll have to figure out... Well, weekdays I'll always be free. So if you want to play on weekdays... Weekdays? I don't know. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. That's crazy, though. I lose my weekends all the time. I'm waiting. I should actually see. I put it on audition, but I don't know if I'm ever going to hear anything back in the sense of I think that's just what happens. I think I typed that in right. No, I didn't. There we go. Be ramping up and it'll be starting more hours. Okay, okay, but that's good. I mean, that's good. Overall, that's good. I see. I don't think I do anything else. It's one of those things that, like, I think I just leave it. I don't know. I want to slam my head up against the wall, though. It's one of those types of moods. Wow, I see swirls. Good bless. More hours is good. You get more bread. But that means we see you less. So therefore, it's bad. Also, I did not... Nikki, this is a you thing. I didn't put anything in my hair. My hair is getting too long. And my top half still doesn't curl. Also, I curled it when I went to God, when I went to HGB, and my hair still does not hold a curl as well. But also all I put in was leave-in conditioner because I could not care this morning. Yeah, my bangs are as long as this. But yeah, my hair still also does not hold a curl. So I feel like I'm fighting for my life with my hair. Which is this one? Fuck yeah. I'll take any remixes of this one. Let me double check. Dying Light. Okay, there is no updates. I love you too, Turnip. Love you lots. Feel like I'm that song? 16 tons? Oh no. Gay. These overalls are so big. It folds. There we go. It folds. We love you, Turnip. Oh, I need this now. $16 tons. Okay. We'll take a momentarily break from that and listen to 16 tons. Yes. Feel loved, and I agree with Haunted, you should. We love having you around. Also, I'm gonna ramp up the game and everything, so continue yapping. Also, we will take any song request today. Dying Light. The Beast. Because we're just gonna chill. I think I'm depressed. I think my frontal lobe is like You could feel like Dolly Parton, the doc, working 9 to 5. Thank God for a second. I was like, did I fucking say Dolly Parton? And that wasn't Dolly Parton. I was like, I'm pretty damn sure that's Dolly Parton. It was. I was right. I just second guessed myself for a hot second there, and I can't say that on Twitch, but I was about to. Let's do it because I was sad last night. Maybe made me happy. We will go back to Pokemon. I promise. But we're gonna do these ones. No. Yes, Nikki, we're listening to it. The no was no, we're not listening to it, but I caved. I folded for you so fast. Gambit never folds. Gambit folds for Rogue so fast. I work 9 to 5? Yeah, but like... you could feel like that girly boss working 9 to 5. Why the fuck is my hair so long? Do I cut it, Nikki? If I ask just chat in general, Turnip will say no. I would fold for Rogue. I would too. Yeah, Turnip, I agree. Yeah. Oh, I breathed in too hard. That hurt. But like, there's so much. I probably should just... I do need to get a trim. Which I probably could just do myself. Because my bangs are just too long. Do what you want. That's what I like to hear. But also, it's not what I like to hear, Kai, because I'm so indecisive. I'm so indecisive. Okay, let me get this. Let me switch. And then I will bring up that song, Coco. Oh, I'm so glad I don't have the game sound on. It plays the stupid little ad they have for chicken with ching. Okay. Can we bring this one up and then we pause that one? Then we pause that one. Okay. We have this song, one other song, and then we'll play your song, Coco. And then we'll go back to the Pokemons, and then we'll go back to what I want to listen to. And by that, I just need to listen to one song. Prefer short hair? Plus your headshots? Yeah. I need to message my friend about the headshots, actually. But bad influence, typically? I'm a bad influence, too. I can concur. Comes to hair, at least. I can't even do, like, my dream hair. To get me. Let's see. Pinterest. I haven't looked at Pinterest outfits in so long. I like this. This is how I used to work for stream. Is that I would wake up. This was during the pandemic, so like I really needed to dress nice for stream for my own sanity. But I would go, wake up, scroll through some outfits on Pinterest and decide what color or what vibe to go for. Where's my short haircuts? I would love... God, I would love my pink hair back. I would love to do like this split underneath hair. Or like my front pieces again. I miss having my front pieces dyed. Think you should do your hair whatever you want? Bright green, fuck the rim? I'll get fired! I'll get fired! Also, I can't really color my hair too much because of acting. That's the other sucky thing. Leader was saying though that my natural hair color looks really nice on me, which it does. I love my natural hair color. But like, it just be crazy. I think I need to go away from the shag. I don't know. I like the shag look. But I don't know. I don't know how to style hair. Nikki, you want to teach me how to style hair? Maybe then I can keep my shaggy hair look. Could do blonde. I could do blonde. Blonde is permitted. Oh, let me just turn this song up for Nikki. Everybody else, will enjoy the song in chat. Will not lie.
My name is Kyle Crane.
Sorry, shut up, Kyle Crane. I need to get through Kyle Crane talking so you can hear the song.
The sheriff just contacted me. She has eyes on the Baron. He and a bunch of his men are at some old salt mine.
It's the way I was mid-kick. It's the way he sings it so calmly and so serious. Oh, hi, hello, Dion, hello. How are you? What a way to come in. Platinum Blonde? I don't know if I could go Platinum Blonde. I've heard it before. Yes, it's honestly like a good song. Like, produced very well. It has a nice note to it and everything. Oh, I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit because it's a little loud in my ears. Horse, Ratty Cowboy. You heard it here first, everybody. You heard it here first from Turnip. How was this? Thank you. I'm doing okay. I'm struggling a little bit. But I'm good. Got bad knees, though? That's fair. Just, put some knee pads on. Subjecting everybody to this poor song. It is a funny song. Oh, we were doing this. Hey, Crane, can we see if we can pick up that gun now? It's the booty cheeks. It's so funny. Oh. And the bottle there. What's up here? Could I, like, have scaled this whole thing? I think I could have. It's just funny, too, because it's just the guy singing, so I'm like, damn. Okay, get it. One of the songs of all time. Yes. Oops. Okay. I think I've had my my fill of this song. Skipping that. Hold on. We gotta do Coco did queue up this song. So we'll do this. Ooh, Final Fantasy. Okay. As we continue on. I forgot I could speed run. Oh, I needed my glasses. They were just dirty. There it is. Is it on the front of my glasses? Yes, it was. Upholstering our kitchen chairs yesterday. You should have seen. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Oh, I love you two. You two are so cute. Oh, that's not how you open things.
We should be getting hazard pay for this.
You know there's enemies over there, but I have this cute ass song playing in my ears. 29 years? That's crazy. How do I crouch? Okay. Do you think I could snap his neck? Oh, do you think I could take his gun? Die, bitch, die. Did I kill him? Are you joking me? Hey, you know that gun I wanted? Yeah, once again, I can't pick it up. Once again, it dropped it underneath the map. Why would you put it there, sir? How dare you? How dare he drop it in a way that I cannot grab it? Well, I'm gonna kill him first.
Subject identified.
Take my sword! Okay, that's what she said.
Shit.
Ow.
Nope.
Oh my god. Strap mine. I think absolutely not, Nikki. Why can't I pick up any of these guns? It's quite infuriating. I want one. This is a really nice song. Hey, theaters this weekend? Ooh, what are you gonna go see? What are you gonna see, Haunted? Oh, I don't think there's anybody here. Oh, whoa! Oh my god! I don't need to be fighting these at all. Didn't I turn off that light? Oh! Whoa! Okay, okay. Bonk. Ooh. Hades Town and the Hunger Games. Okay. Bing. Bong. Boom. Bing bong. Bing. Bong. Bong. Gar, how are you? How are you doing? Good morning. That's gonna be a crazy day though, Haunted. But that's gonna be really good. A complete lie. Real as hell, Doc. Real as hell. Did I change everything? I feel like I just did. Nothing feels real right now. You know? People don't really think it do be like that, but it do. Hey, what are you doing here still? Get out of here. I killed all your friends. Oh. I just want to see if there's any goodies down here. I guess there's none. I guess I killed them for no reason. He's awake, sadly. Are you go back to work yet? How has that situation been recently? Oh, hi, Kev. You got work? What you doing today? I'm excited and it'll be fine. You know that's real. It'll be a good day, it'll be exciting, and that's all that matters.
What's that? Intercept crane!
Loser. Bonk. Ooh. Don't look at his head. I may have broke it. I may have broke it just a little bit. Sadly. Ew. What type of shift you got today? Currently stripping in a porta potty. Why are you stripping in a porta potty? What did the porta potty ever do to you? Come on, somebody jump up here.
Empty. Reloading.
Hey, fuck you. Hey, who did that? I think that man should be dead because I threw a grenade on him, yeah. Can I take it? Okay, I can take that gun. Bonk. Is that another person? Oh, yeah. Stop hitting me! Stop it!
You're mine.
My fucking toes. Jump up here.
Are you done? Eat that! Move along.
Oh, oopsie. Sorry, wrong thing. Oh, that went in his eye. I ain't been in the eyeball. Closing? Oh, the music just completely. Oh, the music. Not back to work? But I still got a gym? Yes, you still got a gym. But okay. I was like, how is the work situation? Still not back work. And that is okay. Look, they're dead. Oh my god, no strats! Oh my god, how are you? Oh. Fuck you. Oh! Hit me in the freaking. His head's about like There. A free bag. Just what I wanted. How have you been? It's been so long. It has been ages. You work the 23rd? What day is the 23rd? Yes, I do. I work the 21st through the 24th, and then the 27th probably till the 30th. Because that schedule's not out for the 30th, but most likely. Moment, shitty, homesick. Oh no. Well, I hope you feel better for that. But I'm glad overall you're doing good. 3 to 11:30. I most literally the entire new schedule, Kev, I work 3 to 11:30 every single shift. Consistent. Can't do anything though. Because I have to leave by like 1, so I can't even stream. It's crazy. Sad. What time do you work? I'm part-timer, so I don't have seniority. Essentially. They said fuck you. I paid for my inside of it, stripping. I paid for my college tuition. I swear I'm stripping to pay my way through college. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing, Doc? What the fuck are you doing? I know work that day. Oh, rip. Oh, were you gonna invite me to do something? Everybody, Gar's playing Arc Raiders, and in fact, not at Yim. Gar just woke up. Acceptable. Acceptable. Yeah. What is it? What were you gonna invite me to? Hey, I said acceptable. You heard nothing from me. Oh, the thermal. Okay, fair. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I see, I see. It do get really warm once you start working. Peter Pan. No! No, I want to see that. I love the goes wrong plays. I really want to be in one of those because they look so funny. Deadlock is unacceptable? Possibly, because you're not playing with me. Therefore, it is unacceptable. Oh my god! Hold on, everybody. We're gonna be really distracted for 1 second. Gar, I'm gonna send you a... Who did I send it to? Jordy. Have I ever messaged you? There you are. A Deadlock edit. Because for the most part, it is completely like, okay, pretty cool, pretty fucking lit. And then there's the bang, bang, bang. But it's in time with, my man's Lash with his fucking ult that haunts me. And he's so beautiful. It's the final fuck. Why does this always happen to me? Nobody plays with me. I don't think you want me to play with your heart, Nikki. You'll cry. I almost just said cry. Just like straight up cry. And I'm like, no, hold on. Let me finish the sentence. And I don't think you want to cry. I don't think that's what we need. Man. Oh, I'm so glad to hear from people. Ah! Whoa. C? No. H? No. J. Craft. Yes, craft. Bam, 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 bam. Been able to go because of work and finally have the day off. No, dude, seriously. I hate. Fucking amazing. Oh. Hey, buddies. I said, I kind of want... I guess you guys are really good for, like... That's not exactly what I wanted to do, but I didn't press the other button before. Ow. Okay, I hit the box. Heavy damage on the box. Ooh, there's another one right there. The song ended. Okay, another one of Kai's. Okay, let's loot. My free loot. Should run back? Yeah, dude, I love the refresher. I don't always get it. But I do personally love it when I play Paige and I just send the second horse. I love sending my horses out. Team fight demon. Lash, like, I love Lash, but also he's kind of an asshole. He's kind of a douchebag. He's kind of, my love. I love you, Shaylin. How wow. But Lash is kind of a douchebag, but like, damn, okay. You can, Lash. He's so scary. I love him when he's on my team. I don't like him when he's not on my team. That shit's scary when he's not on my team. I don't like that. Any damage on the box? This metalcore port after a particularly rough and tough video. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, you did, Nikki. I'll never let you live that down. Ooh, what's in this box? Open. Open. No, open. I'll never let you live it down. Because I'll fight you. Let's go in the water. Yippee! Ooh, that don't look too good. Is there any plants of which I can pick down here? I really could just leave those lights on, but I don't. It tells me I can turn it off. Therefore, I turn it off. You want to go there, Crane? No. I'm gonna go this way. Since everyone hates me. Yeah, you do. That's why I'll fight you, and I'll never let you live it down because I will love you and I will support you. I'll fight my friends with love. Literally, I will shove it in their face. My Pokemon say exactly! Yeah, I fucking love Pokemon! Oh. Oh. The O was Crane's arms just broke in that moment. Or wrist. Oh my god. I've been watching through the Fear Street movies. Highly recommend for anybody who hasn't seen them. Very fun. I didn't finish one of them last night. I'm on the last one. I didn't finish it because it got to like the part 2 of it and I was like, I was kind of bored. It's still a really good movie. I just got bored because I'm like, man, I could be doing other stuff. And then I distracted my brain and I didn't want to watch a movie no more. Yippee! Ooh. Ooh, blood and guts. Ooh, back. But they're really fun. Been watching somebody's hand get chopped off and her literally pull her hand, like, pull her arm. Yeah, hand fell off. Hand ripped off. You want me to shove it in my face? Is that thing alive? Badminton. Boom. 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 Why are you up there? Boom. Hey, can I have those bows back? Oh, okay. Well, that was fun while it lasted. Wee, wee, wee. Wee, wee, wee. Sit down. Now. Crane, it's okay. Okay, it's not okay. It is in fact not okay. Hi, streamer, bye, streamer. Hi, streamer, bye, streamer. Stay locked in. You're streaming. You're supposed to be working, Fox. Stay locked in. Stay locked in, soldier! What's that? Hard hat. I'm gonna sell it for money. Wait, our music ended. Hold on. Next one. Ooh, electro swing. Okay. It feels lonely now not having music on while playing through Dying Light. No wonder I'm so anxious. That's a big boy! Yeah, that's a fucking big boy! Okay. Oh, he hit me in the air! Fuck you! Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Let me tear off your arm. I want to tear off your head. Yeah, fuck you. I'm gonna climb on you like a monkey. Yeah! Murder! Who's next? Who's next? Alia. I am satisfied with my purchase. Now I shall loot their bodies. I love beast mode. Dude, go. It's so much fun. Except sometimes I do feel bad because I'm just sitting there fighting a zombie while I'm in beast mode, and then I just rip up their arm and they're like grabbing to like make me stop. I'm like, I'm sorry. I gotta kill you though. You're trying to kill me. Huh. Oh. I do love hitting them into these spikes. So much fun. Anything there? Anything there? Oh, do I have to actually move this? Okay. I don't have to break it. Exactly, no strats. See, Nikki? You are beautiful just the way you are. No matter what. Nikki, what hairstyle should I try? I don't know how to style hair. And then I get so much, like, I'm so sensitive. Do you want your hair done, dude? Let me just not miss. Guess he really wanted his hair did. Man fucking fell from the sky. Man fucking fell from the sky out of nowhere. Rock climb where? To? Yes. Oh my god, I was talking to my director, my professor Jason, about As You Like It, because that's the Shakespeare play that we're doing. And I was asking him about what monologues to do, like how to find some. Oh, right here. I'm blind. Oh, wait. So guess who's gonna see? Oh, you're gonna see Twice again? Yeah! Fuck yeah! No strats, do you like Cat's Eye at all? Nikki, I really wish we... I don't... Hold on, we're getting sidetracked really quick. Cats. I will go back to my other story that I had eventually. First time ever, fuck yeah! Should I don't mind Cat's Eye? Why? They're on a tour right now, but like I was just seeing videos of their like dance breaks and everything. Oh my god, they're like fucking it up. They're fucking it up. Like, because they're extremely good dancers. It is what they train for and everything, but like they're fucking it up. Oh my god, that shit's crazy. Anyways, I am in fact looking for tickets right now. I just don't want to pay that much for tickets because people are reselling them for such a high price. That fuck shit. Yeah, it was just crazy. Like seeing it, I was like, oh damn. Okay, maybe I do want to try to get tickets. Okay, they're not here till December, which is extremely close, but you know, that's still some time. But okay, you're seeing Twice. That's exciting. I think Nikki has seen Twice. She went with friend. Yes, it's $800 because they're resell tickets for general admission. One ticket. It's $819 verified resale ticket for general admission for the one that I would like to go to because it's general admission, and I don't know. That seems like it would be really fucking fun in general admission. Oh, my music stopped. No. Agony. Pain. Fucking. See Twice again too? Yeah, you've seen Twice. I know you've seen Twice. I would enjoy to see Twice, especially now. I like them a lot more.
Back where he belongs.
Back where who belongs? Should be flown into the sun and burned to nothing. Yes, I agree, Gar. Because like K-pop tickets and like a lot of those types of concerts do cost a little bit more, but they do not cost nearly $2,000. Also the Miku resale tickets, whoever's reselling those fucking $2,000 tickets for Pit, I hate you and I hope you burn and I hope your pillow is warm on both sides. Evil. I need to move that. Okay. I want this one again. All that's left is VIP. And everyone who supports resellers, scalpers. Yeah, I hate scalpers.
Got to stop checking my watch.
Some resellers, I understand, because sometimes you get the tickets and you can't go and you resell. But most of the time, those are the people who resell it for maybe like $10 more than its value and whatnot. But those extremely high-priced ones, I hope your pillow's warm on both sides. I despise you. We'll pay those prices? Yeah, because will I be willing to pay almost $800 to see Cat's Eye? Kind of. Should I? Absolutely not. But I kind of wanna. Sorry. You know, nobody. Oh, no, you have a gun! Oh, fuck you! You dead? No. No legs for you. Leg privilege lost. Okay, okay. Did I see people that way? Oh, it is people. Okay. Ooh. They're giving me ammo.
So fucking bored.
Oh, what's in here? Oh, I can't see shit. Hold on, I gotta turn on my light. Hello? Oh, Crane, get down from there. You're not supposed to climb that. Get down. Oopsie. Oh, great, it's nighttime. What's expensive for money? It's gross. It is gross. About the people are specific. Yeah, that's why I'm like, well, okay, some resellers are good. But, like, those aren't... I wouldn't even consider them really big resellers. They're just people who are just like, oh, shit, okay, I don't need this extra ticket now. The people who purposely do it for the money... Fucking gross. Especially when it's really good seats. And it's always good seats. And I despise it.
Checking it out.
Oh! That landed an interesting way. Oh, that went too far back. Oh! Whoa! Oh my god. So I think this would have been much easier if I went into the set spiders.
Shit!
Ooh. There's a lot happening now. I love my mom. Crane, go down there. Yeah, I treat Crane like a child. Sometimes he acts like a child, even though I'm the one controlling him. Crane, do this. Crane, do that. And that was a fucking shotgun. Oh.
Nope.
Ow, ow. Okay, everybody stop hitting me, please. He's just a man. He's just a boy. Let him eat his chocolate, okay? Somebody is about to hit me. They won't mind that I just take this moment to craft some things, right? Ooh. You have song requests. Oh, flash grenade! I'm about to blind myself. They're still hitting me? Fuck you, in particular, with the gun. Let me get... Okay, that ended. Bam, 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 bam. That's not what I wanted to do. I opened up Discord as if that's where the song request was. Oh, it's Weiss's. I was just listening to this the other day, Coco. I was just literally just listening to this. I was watching the White trailer again. No one sees me. Get fucking flashbanged, nerds. Ow, he hit me in the head. No ankles for you. Is he dead? Oh, he's dead. I miss it so much. I really miss, like, not necessarily like the animation that, but like the start of it was so fun. Excuse me? Bonk. 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 Yeah, this one. Okay, fuck you. Get off. You're being mean. Where's the one with a shotgun? Sorry, I can't hear Weiss. I would like to hear Weiss. I'm too tall for that. Bonk. Oh. I kind of... Oh, there's a shotgun man. Ow. Fuck you. Ow. I'm not gonna lie, that man should be dead. I stuck a... He's not dead. Okay, that one missed. Oh, ow. Fuck you. Give me that. No. Hand privilege lost. Oh. Goes pretty well with the chaos. It does. It really does. We gotta repair this. This one? Sure, dismantle it. I want that shotgun. Why do they all have guns? Where's that shotgun? Oh my god. I haven't... Oh my goodness. Don't reload. Crane, I wanted you to heal. I hate Crane. I hate Crane. I hate Crane. For shits and giggle, explode him. Okay. People in this game, everyone's so lame. Everyone is fucking lame. They all hate Crane so much. Well, a Crane just wants to be a silly little guy. Sorry, I meant to reload. Instead I just flashed the grenade. The grenade? I just flashed the Crane. I turned up the song so loud. I miss Ruby though. That was such a, like, that was such an era. I never know what weapons to like get rid of and whatnot. I do have 2 of those, but I'll probably send one to... I love my scooter handle. I'm so attached to the weapons in this game. Well, shotgun did very well. Ooh. I can't hear the in-game noise now. What? Was that people? That's usually the sound of people. It is people. Yeah! Yeah, this is... Why are you up there? Fuck you. I think there's a big boy in this. Okay. Okay, Weiss Mix, calm down now. Shouldn't loot and someone kills me as I walk them. Oh, you're playing Arc Raiders. Yeah, fuck them. That's the same as people in this. Yeah. No, nobody. So at the beginning of Arc Raiders, I feel like solo runs were very calm, which are okay. You know, I'm fine with a little bit of chaos, but you know, you met a lot of like nice people. You know, it was people who'd be like, okay, yeah, friendly, like it's fine. I'm just trying to get this stuff. My friend Alex is right that I think a lot of people are now getting done with their quest and everything, so now they're just like, well, got nothing to lose. But like, oh my god. I'm just a silly little guy. Don't kill me. Silly little guy here. Here to inform you that I'm just a silly little guy and I am scared. Oh. Hey, I think there's a silly little guy in here. A silly little guy, I'll help you. Look, friendly. A friend shape. Why not friend?
Sheriff, I'm in the main
It's
hall.
just kind of rank at some point.
But no
That's
sign
fair.
Of the Baron.
Oh, the song
Sheriff,
ended as...
Copy?
Yep. And
Why
I'm
the-
sorry, Kyle, but I need to protect my people.
Are you gonna kill me?
Fuck.
Are you gonna... Did she team up with the... Hey, can I shoot her? Can I shoot her? That music stopped at like the perfect time.
Kyle. I have to admire your fortitude. You just don't give up.
Why do you sound like a
I
little
hope you enjoyed
bitch?
your brief taste of freedom. Let's call it a
He
field
looks like a little
test, shall
bitch.
we?
Are you gonna tell me why you turned me into a lab rat? Why you tortured me for all those years?
I'm building the future, Kyle.
He looks like a fucking
But your role in my
gross,
grand
grubby little
experiment has come to
chihuahua,
an
like the
end.
wiry one.
Fucking
You can't do
lunatic.
damn. I know she's nice, but like damn. That was such a betrayal.
True genius is often mistaken for insanity by those of inferior
Did Crane
intelligence.
just
So now
get
you
taken
found
down by a
someone new to
taser?
torture.
Yes.
He's the
Yes, he
perfect
did.
subject, Kyle. He is the future, and you, I'm afraid, are the past.
I am quite old.
Future, huh?
I don't know. I've stuck a lot of weird Chimera's blood into me. I'm pretty cool now. Okay.
Let me your future.
Button, go press. I pressed the button. Did Crane just run away from that corner? Sure, I don't think you can control. Oh, did you give him like meat or something? Me crawling out of work? Ew, what's in him?
Fire, idiots! I need him alive!
I don't think any of those guys are getting out of here alive. Oh, Crane did run. Ew, why he look like that?
Run!
Freaking little gremlin.
Damn it, I need him alive!
Fuck you, Baron.
But you, Crane!
For the good
I
of the
need
plot.
dead.
Oh, hey, whoa, I have nothing to do with I have everything to do with this, but I have nothing to do with this. I didn't hit the button. I just threw the guy's body. So, oopsie, my bad. Crane, that's how you... Well, now we're in here, Crane. Now we're in this box.
Fuck.
Now we're in a box. Wow.
Gotta get the fuck out of here.
Do we? Do we really? Do we? Is there any loot down there now? Nice rifle. Yippee! Wahoo! Oh, we have I know music playing now. We should play Christmas music. I know Turkey Day hasn't happened yet, but I don't celebrate it anyways. I forgot how to crouch. So like, what if we listen to J Schlatt? Schlatt's Christmas album? Wonderful. I went to go see A Christmas Carol. Oh, Kev, I don't know if you went to go see A Christmas Carol back at the place of learning we go to. It was very fun. Extremely short. Very fun. Green, how do we just find the ways out of caves? I did not. Oh, rip. They are kind of talking about starting doing 2 weeks of performances. I'm like, yeah. Oh, yes. 2 weeks. 2 weeks better. Oh, why are they growling? Crane, jump down, you stupid ass fucking ho. Oh, he fell down. Okay, just kidding. Bye. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Pardon Marco. ¿Dónde está ¿Dónde está el baño? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? Mi casa. I don't want to be here. They're not behind me. Y'all hear something? I don't know how to do the turnaround to look behind me. No, there's nothing behind me. I don't know what I did. That was just, you know, a rock fell on me. They will chase you.
Sheriff,
Yeah.
can you copy?
I didn't
You
want.
hear
I
me?
hate them.
Oh my god. You're alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm coming
don't
for
really
you.
die. Oh,
I'm sorry, Kyle, but I had
hey,
no
I know where
choice.
we are.
It was either that or
Oh. That's a house I really want stuff in. Yeah, I've been here before. Schlatt? Yeah. Can I? Oh, this is on now. I've been here before. There's a loot at the top of this building that I really want. From PS5s, try chasing you. I'm on mouse and keyboard. What about that? Let's see. So that's F. What's that? I wonder if it's T is my flashlight. What is that? We're gonna press some buttons. Oh. B is that? Yeah. That is. Oh, I can do. Oh, wait. Which one was it? Well, that turns me around. Okay. It's caps lock. I was like, let me just go over all the buttons I can press. And we'll see what happens. If I... explode. Put on the mapping for the key setting? Nah, I'll just press all my buttons. Control menu. Well, okay, you're both entirely right, but I could just press all the buttons myself. And that's exactly what I did. I still want to figure out how to get... Excuse me, open that to me.
Olivia,
Oh.
are you there?
I activated it in here.
Kyle, finally. I've been trying to reach you. What happened?
The sheriff led me into a trap.
I want uppies.
She's working with the Baron.
Oh my god.
I'm heading to the town hall now to confront her.
Oh, hey.
Okay.
Oh, I have a shotgun out.
No. You were right. I wasn't ready.
Oopsie.
I need to find those other chimeras.
I mean, you also
Okay.
got betrayed.
I'll pour over the research and see if I can find the rest.
You also did get betrayed. Ooh. That's a sick beat. That was a really nice little tune that started playing. Okay. But it sounds more fun than me rush. Exactly. Exactly. Plus, I know what some of them do. I know what most of them do. You see, I still don't know. I want in this place. I want in here. Let me in. Anyways, so where... Oh, I'm going back to scream at her. Okay. Is there anything I want to do along the way? I don't think so. I can take the car that I've exploded multiple times. Game area, maybe? Maybe. Possibly. I mean, I still have so much. There's still areas I shouldn't go in. Will I gladly walk into there? Yes. Yes. I can't interrupt this music now, though. I just know there's goodies up in... I didn't mean to do that. I kind of meant to ping as if I was, like... in a game? Not in a game of which I can ping. Whoa. Okay, I need you all to calm down. Whoa. Oh my god, they're not calm at all. You know, that's kind of like how they be, but like, geez. Excuse me. Excuse me. Holy shit! I can fly? Oh, that's why. I should really move. Ow. He takes so long to start up that car, though. I would rather not. No one who can join me for Peter Pan? No! I really want to go. I shouldn't text and drive, but I can game and drive. Excuse me, pardon me. Okay. Somebody's shooting at me? Somebody needs help. Get out of here. Somebody's chasing after me, but I'm... Stop it. Trying to help this man.
wouldn't make it.
Can I collect the reward while you're still alive? Oh, this is the we're just gonna do
Looks
this.
like the
We're
right
right here.
place, but it's still light
She
out.
in the ranger house? Ooh, okay,
Come back
okay,
here at
okay.
night.
In the ranger house. Ranger house? Is that what is that up there? is that was that up there? Me good English. What's back over here? I do want to see. I haven't explored a lot of the stuff, but I've explored a decent amount. Place where you pick up the truck. Oh, I have gotten it then. I have been in there already. I just haven't been in that bigger house, and I would really like to know what's up there. You guys got any trinkets? Ooh. Everything stops while I do that. I love that. I love that. Fortunately, I work at Marvel, Kev. So I don't think that's the 22nd. The morning people don't like working nights. And it so bugs me. It so bugs me. So many people hate working nights. And I'm like, you know, somebody is picking up on the 22nd. But unfortunately, Kev, they're trying to get an AM shift. So I'm like, well, yeah, I guess I won't. Been alone for so long, I have to write down things I've done, otherwise I'll go nuts. I don't even know anymore what day of the week it is. Pages are filled with illegible scribbles and crude drawings. I've been watching a pair of odd survivor for a while now. They keep disappearing and then coming back with tons of loot. Once they go away again, I need to break into their hideout, a big mansion in the villa. Oh, the villa area. I bet it's full of good shit. Fragment illegible. I was able to sneak in. I said speak. I did say speak. The lock upstairs was just easy to pick. Turns out there's mainly junk, but I did find some interesting and a huge map of the area marked with X's and affixed with drawings of locations. Hydrate? You got it, quiet. Swapped a few sketches, better doing it. Okay. So there's a lock of which I can pick. Okay. Got it out of there. Goodbye. Yippee. I don't know why I jumped like that. I don't know why I jumped so aggressively. Duck, cover. You got it. I can close that one out. I can close that one out. I can close that out, and that's Saw. I was listening to that earlier. I'll keep that up. Oh no, wait. Give me back. I just wanted Spotify. Could restore the energy and the garage will open. Inside you'll find... Oh yeah, I've gotten there already. I've done that part already. Duck and cover. Oh. Well, by turning around multiple times. Oh, I'm pretty sure you've requested one of their songs before. I feel like it was this exact song. I can jump pretty far now. I'm gonna jump off this edge, aren't I? Yeah. Wee. No, was it a different song? Okay. It's from the same album then. Yeah, I've gotten this stuff in there. Can I actually find the straw? No, I can't. The straw was cleared, I couldn't see. So there's a lock to be picked here. Is that a lock upstairs? It's not gonna be one of these. I don't know. Maybe it's one of these. Let me in. Okay. This side. No cock like horse cock. Well, yes. What an excellent song to request. Which door was he talking about? That's just... That door ain't got no handle. I wonder if I can... I know I shimmied my way up this way. Oh. Yeah, because this... no crane. Crane, down. Yeah, I see this loot. Oh my god. Okay. Do not stand on the... This is a window, right? Well, I guess it is a window, but... I just want to flat ground again. See. How do I? You let me in. I mean, could I pick the lock down here? I don't think I could. I think it only gave me the option to open. Yeah, and that's not how that works. I could figure out. I could open that from that way. I could. Let me take a look-sees. I have the emergency house over there anyways I can go hide at. You're saying something about the lock upstairs. I really want this house. I didn't mean to look around like that. That's bricked in. That door's bricked. Like, there's only really these doors. Unless I'm missing something entirely. I want to know. If not, I'll just come back here again another time. Can I go? Oh! Taking note, I can go through that broken little thing. This is such a little weird part. It's such a pretty little place. Let me do one more round. Oh, no, Mr. Crane. Sorry, I pointed you the wrong way. I have a car. I think the volatiles will personally destroy that car with no hesitation. But I think we can drive. See, and this isn't a door, that's glass. Ooh. That didn't sound quite nice. Yeah, I don't know which door he's talking about, but let me get it going. Because it's only that upstairs, which didn't seem to be something I could. May I lockpick that one? I think those are both bars. I'm pushing my luck here. Oh. Crane, I know you can make that jump. See? Oh, oh, okay. I don't know how I did that. Can you lockpick this, Crane? No. Oh, this is one that Quiet recommended last time. Yeah, see, I don't think there's any. You talked about a door. Where are the volatiles gonna crawl out from here? Unless there's one more over here, because we have this one. No lock on that. Oops, excuse me, pardon me. Oh, that's not anything! Ouchie! My head. Okay. It's about to be nighttime. Let's get to our car. Oh. Oh, I hate this, 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 I hate this. I'm in the forest at night. I'm in the forest at night. How dangerous is the forest at night? And what would we say? My car's right there. It's fine. Yeah, okay. I am making sure I fill up. Okay. Excuse me, we're not doing that mission. I'm in a car, you can't hurt me, you definitely can hurt me, but like, I'm driving. Oh, that's not the way that I thought that was going. He's on my car! Oh my god, this is so much harder to drive, you know, when there's a giant fucking zombie on ya. So there's a pitch stop right there I could, stop at. Miani, howdy, Gothic, how are you doing? Yeah, get off of me. He's gonna jump on it again, but it's okay. I just need to get to this place up here. You know, we're setting this car off. Wrong way. Wrong way. Right way. Oh my god. Oh my good heavens. Oh my good heavens, they're screaming at me. No, Mr. Kyle Crane. We're not going down. You're getting up into this bed and you're sleeping. Oh, hey, there's feathers here. My good heavens. I hate the night. I feel like I got pretty comfortable with it in the first game. Everything else, nah, horrifying. God, my hair looks so scraggly. I'm gonna have you guys watch Crane really quick. I'm gonna go get some more coffee. Here's Crane. Watch him. Make sure he doesn't do anything bad. I will be right back. I'll get you Nessie. Don't worry. But Cosmic, I hope you're well. I miss you. Truthfully, I miss everybody every time I go. There you go. I'll be right back. Oh, Lunchables, there it is. Lunchy. I have snack. So now I never leave again. Do you guys want Christmas music? I don't. I do. I just want Jay Schlatt. Oh. It is Christmas music. Welcome back. Thank you. I have adult Lunchable.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Oh, it ended. No. I just got back though. I just got back. It can't end. Where did I park my horrible car? Charcuterie. Hey, this is hell yeah. Actually, I like to say my adult Lunchable. I have saltine crackers, but the Ritz crackers are actually better. Oh my god, did it not break? That's actually quite crazy. We're pausing this whole thing so I can open up the Ritz crackers. Oh, you also did Hydro. Let me open that. We have this. I have more coffee. It feels like a very off day today. Not bad. And that's just like for me. Like me feel off day. Oh, sorry, dude. I do need to go back to the main road. Oh man, that's a pothole if I've ever seen one. I have seen many. I swung it around too fast. Just like in Repo. Oh my god. This is what it was like driving yesterday. Actually what it was like walking through the rain for my 20-minute walk, walking in the rain, getting drenched. Sorry, I didn't mean to aim for that barrel, but I did. Anybody want a little bit of salami? We're gonna watch this explode. Somebody's behind me, isn't there? My poor car. You don't see me. She saw me. She for sure saw me. I also have cheese. I just put the Ritz cracker in the middle of it. The Ritz crackers is the interior. Just made my boss's day worse. What did you do? Oh. Oh, Crane. Jump. Crane? Climb. Crane? I despise you so much, right, Crane? Right, Crane? Right now, Crane. Ooh, what's in there? Okay. Now we're gonna go to my calm music for right meow. No one can stop me. No one can stop me. I can turn it down. I can turn it off so you guys don't even hear it. And it's just me. It's so fucking good. Who allowed him to make such a good album? It's been a fucking year. Has it been a year? It's been more? It's not even Christmas time yet. I'm sorry. But I'm not. I go there. Can I go up? Oh, they put little spikies. They said no humans up here. Oh my god, Mr. Kyle Crane, fucking run. Him and Seth can sing amazing. Yeah. And then he's like not, I don't know about Seth, but like Schlatt like didn't really sing before, but like man's got vocals. Is that humans in there?
Woot woot.
Whoop. Hi, glitching. Thank you. Thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, I had to read it, but I was running at high speed, so. Excuse me. Pardon me. Everybody's in my way. I don't want to work through the holidays. Really quite hate it. Really quite hate it. Yellow. As soon as this cutscene goes, I am munching.
Well, and now that ain't a ship. It ain't trouble on two legs. Folks still need protecting.
I just got really overstimulated and overwhelmed with Jason. And the fucking Christmas music.
Where is she, Jacob?
Oh.
The sheriff.
She came running in, grabbed a bunch of her stuff, and took off like she was on fire. She's not answering her radio. What is going on?
Yeah, she betrayed me,
She knew I
bro.
was coming
Comedy
for
doesn't
her.
one bite. How's it
What are
going?
you
Great. I
talking
have
about?
adult Lunchable.
So you didn't know.
No what?
She led me into a trap, Jacob. She made a deal with the Baron.
What?
Said she did it to protect her people. The Baron was waiting to ambush me and she was right there with him, so you didn't know.
No!
Well, you're in charge here now, so I'm giving you fair warning. She is going to pay for what she did to me.
The sheriff was our rock. She's the one who kept us together. There has to be a reason.
Forget about her, she is done. You need to run this place on your own now.
Jesus.
And the plan stays the same.
What plan?
The plan to take out the Baron.
I'm no soldier. The sheriff handled security.
The
You know
Christmas
that.
music
And I
going
need
off
you to
during
give
this
me
combo
whatever
is
you
so
have on
funny.
him, whatever intel you guys have gathered.
We don't have anything on him, but I might know some people who do.
Who?
A group of exiles forced out by the sheriff. She never wanted us to speak of them or contact them, but I always kept a connection open. I couldn't just
He's
abandon
smart.
them.
Who are they?
They are the infected ones. Some were fugitives from the Baron's lab that the sheriff wouldn't let in.
Where'd they go?
They banded together to form a community high in the mountains. They are all infected, but they've halted their progression with an infusion made from a rare strain of mushrooms.
This must be like later in the game, like in
I
Dying
never
Light 2,
wanted
how
to
they
push them
are
out.
all infected.
But if we wanted the sheriff's protection,
Reach out to them.
I'll make contact and let you know.
Good.
Okay. What a way to play this game. Anybody want a pepperoni?
But just one message for Adibar. When you plant shit weeds, you get shit weeds.
I got shoes. But it's going well, glitching. How have you been? How's everything been? Ooh. Toot, toot, toot. We sell 3 of these. Keep one. I'm gonna sell this one. And I'm gonna sell that one. And we're gonna sell this one. Okay. Is the most wonderful time. I love Christmas music. That's a specialty one. That's just cool. That's just cool. I guess I can upgrade them. Keep those away. Keep that away. Keep that away. What did I have in my pocket? Dismantle this one. Oh, my badminton. That's the one I liked. Equipped, 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 equipped. Extra. Okay. Why is this voice so good? Anyways, I feel like I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna cry. Why? I don't know. Oh, that's my share of ammo. He was so...
Tom. The only mad scientist I've got a soft spot for.
It did not sound like you had a soft spot for him at all, sir. You sounded very angry at him. I like that they leave...
I'm one hell of a handyman.
Oh, I like that this gets filled with stuff that you interact with. Okay, we'll just turn that off because, you know, we have Christmas music going right now. Okay. I can't do that yet. Okay. Hands, weapons, weapons. This looks so fucking cool. I still need stuff for that, and I still need stuff for that. Oh, those are for 2 different... Okay. Anybody have a quest here?
Civilization.
Power's back. Means the hard blade works now.
Nobody needs help there. Nobody needs help there. Let's go check upstairs. I don't think that's out and out. Out and out. Up and out.
Crane.
No point in living if you can't feel alive.
Me?
Maybe it's just light. Or maybe the first
There's
step
a
in
lot of different
turnaround.
people in here. So I am waiting. Some like the dark. Okay, so we gotta go to a new area. Ooh, what's this? Okay, we'll go over there. There's a little quest over there. Up and out then. It's less scary, it's daytime. Dude, this salami cannot be good for me, like in the quantity of which I am eating it. This cannot be good, but they are so gosh darn delicious.
Olivia, there was no sign of the sheriff at the town hall. Looks like she ran.
It really scared me.
So she really was working for the Baron.
She claims she did it to protect her people, but I don't buy
my
it.
God.
Right now, I just need to get stronger. Can you find me more chimeras?
I'm already on it. I'll get back to you as soon as I locate one.
Oh my god. He's made of pork, so stop eating things. It tastes so fucking good. It's okay. I also have pepperoni. What's pepperoni made out of? What's pepperoni made out of? I've literally been eating this salami for 3 days. It won't hurt me. It's so fucking good. I actually didn't know. I'll be honest. I think because in my brain, pepperoni is just so good. I'm like, pepperoni is just a magical creation. I did actually not know what pepperoni was made out of. No wonder my tummy's been a little fucked up for the past 3 days, because then I'm eating it with cheese. It's so delicious, though. You're telling me I shouldn't be eating this? I'm going to eat more of it. No wonder my tummy is so fucked. I fucking love pepperoni, Charlie. I love pepperoni, Charlie. I love pepperoni. Ooh, that's a far drop. Salami is salami in my brain, and pepperoni is pepperoni in my brain. Therefore, it can't be bad for me, right? Ooh, trinkets. Right, if you didn't collect that, would have crashed out. Oh my god. Out we go. Oh, straight line. Yummy. Pork, chicken, beef, and it's heavy on pork. Yeah, I kind of get that. That's kind of... My tummy has been a little messed up the past few days. And I feel like I'm going to gain so much weight from just eating pepperoni and salami. But I'm happy. But I am free. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me, excuse me.
Do you copy?
Oh.
I do. What's up, Jacob?
I reached out to the exiles, and one of them will contact you soon.
Woo, woo, woo. Who wants to eat all the pepperoni and... Oh, what are you doing up here, dude? And salami with cheese with me.
Crane, can you hear me?
What the hell?
Don't be frightened.
What?
I'm not your enemy.
What
I'm
the
a
fuck?
telepath. Jacob asked me to reach out.
No. The last time someone talked to me telepathically, it did not go well. Use the damn radio.
The radio isn't safe.
And this is freaky as fuck.
Meet me at Pembroke Farm. I'll explain everything.
Fucking telepathy, you've got to be kidding me.
What the fuck just happened? I think I didn't mean to learn. It's okay. Hi, welcome in. Hi, Stony. What the there's Telepathy. That's not how you say it. Hi, Jalen. Saw a trailer for live action Moana. Swear to God, it better just be. Oh, it's just gonna be a shot by shot. There was no need, especially for Moana, since that's such a new movie. There was no need for a live action. Sorry, I'm about to crash out from that telepathy. Telepathic. Also, Shaylin, I just learned that pepperoni and salami is pork. I'm allergic to pork. I ate so much pepperoni. Oh my God. Oh Jesus Christ. Yeah, I just learned that. But I really love pepperoni and salami. My brother brought it to a Friendsgiving, and he had extra, so he brought it home. And unfortunately, it's so delicious. I've been eating it for 3 days. I think I've temporarily messed up my tummy. You too? Ooh. I'm intrigued by Zootopia 2. I don't think I'll see it in theaters, but I'll watch it eventually. But I have it all on my plate. Look at the cheese. Look at my cheese variety. I have a white cheddar, and I think this is the Monterey. And then I have my favorite cheese. It's not my favorite, pepper jack. And I got my salami and my pepperoni. One radio station here that switched over to Christmas. That's crazy. Like, okay, Steve, the reason I'm listening to this right now is because I love Schlatt's album. His album was so freaking good. So I really do enjoy the feeling his album created, because it's like old-timey. It's like what I remember Christmas feeling like, so I love it. So we don't have to listen to Christmas music, but like, it's really cute. Also, I had it playing in the car when I went to go see Christmas Carol with B. But it was also very like, it was very nice. I don't know. It was raining and it just felt very Christmassy. Thanksgiving haven't happened yet, but like, you know, it just felt very seasonal. You're not talking to me. Continue to eat your dumplings. Yes. Oh. Okay, let me not, what the fuck are you doing in my house?
With what?
One word. Paradise.
Here's another
I don't know
word.
who this person is.
Explain.
But maybe just
apologies for my brother.
You know, that's
he
fair.
He can be hard to understand sometimes.
This is like the only Christmas
Beth
music
and
I
he's
really
Brad.
listen to.
We're all that's left of Paradise.
Because
we're
I
eager
really
to
like
reestablish
Slots.
our home,
Apparently
our
he's
community.
making a second one. Don't know. It just gives good vibes. Oh, looking for new members.
And, well, you're now looking for new members to join your community?
Above all, we seek the one who will bring back peace and harness the light.
Okay.
Well,
clearly Paradise isn't here, so where is it?
It's an island on the river just outside of town. It's our haven. Or at least it was.
All of our earthly needs were satisfied there. Safety, food. But paradise has been defiled. Now, we await the chosen one who will restore it to its former glory.
Oh my god. Sorry, I keep on eating those in one bite. Fuck yeah, Shaylin, I'm setting the mood for you.
You felt safe there? Under the open
But yeah,
sky?
Shots album really feels like how
In fact,
Christmas
it
used to
can't
feel
swim.
when we were like
It's an
kids,
island, but
middle
very
school
safe
era.
one.
Right. But all it takes is for
Like, you
someone to
never
leave
forced
the
put out a
island,
Christmas
get
album
bitten,
many
come
years
back,
back?
turn, bite
Yeah, but
someone
I'm
else,
out doing
bite
Christ-
another, and then...
I love that. That's
Well, we know
appropriate,
what
Steve.
comes then, don't we?
Ah, but nobody who joins paradise ever leaves paradise.
Uh-huh. Except you two.
We had to flee because, you see, the infected somehow got onto the island, and if that wasn't enough, our UV lights went out too.
Oh,
Yeah,
my neck.
the Chosen One can turn our fate around.
The Chosen One, they say.
By chosen
Oh,
one,
me?
you mean
Oh.
me.
Me?
Don't take Brad too seriously. He has his own style, but all we need is a helping hand. Infected got onto the island.
Save our paradise, and count yourself among its flock.
Yeah, I'm not much of a flocker, Brad. For you, it might be paradise, but for me, it'll just be another safe zone.
So
Yes,
how about it?
I sure,
Will you help us?
sure hope I don't have to
Chosen One?
beat your ass this
If you
Christmas.
stop calling
and
me chosen one, maybe. It's been fun, but look, I better get going. See you
Naviwad.
later.
Sure to feel your Christmas spirit. Meet Naviwad. I love that. I remember their Christmas album. I never listened to it, but I vaguely remember that. Simply because my brothers were a fan of me. What is that? Aqua Team Hunger Force. I was just gonna say meat. Okay, so we're gonna head over there. I think over here is some sort of tower as well that I need to go to. But there's a car here though. Pit stop, you know? Okay, my glasses are so dirty. But they're not dirty, they're just... I keep on touching them. I don't know. I just want this. I want Christmas to feel like how Christmas used to feel. It's the same thing I want for Halloween, but this year was a turning point of Halloween where there weren't even trick-or-treaters because people started doing trunk-or-treating, which is fine. But then it's very odd for actual, like, Halloween day, I feel like. So it's taken a turn for a new type of Halloween. Also, my hair is really bugging me. Cold here? So, Bruno. Oh, yeah, I remember you talking about that. That's how the weather's been now recently for us here. I could bring out my glass cleaner, but apparently I'm too stubborn to do that. Instead, you're watching me struggle. Putting my glasses. Like an idiot. Your trick-or-treaters? Oh, that's not bad, though. That's good. Okay. I'm glad to hear that. Because some people... I think my brother's got, like, 3. Which is so sad. Trick-or-treating? No, I agree. I don't mind trick-or-treating. Because... Say, like, Nikki's, work of place works at an aquatic, swimming place. So they teach kids how to swim. So I think it's really cool when they hold little events for like trunk or treating, but like I want actual trick or treating. Do both. Host your little events, but that does not mean trick or treating does not exist. But because then the parents are like, okay, you have too much candy now. We don't need to go out. It's like, no. Yes, I do. What has changed for Christmas that you'd like to see? I miss decorations. So, do you want the lore drop, Steve? You want the Christmas lore drop? Yes. Okay. So my family, we still have the business, but we don't really do it too much anymore. We still have all of our stuff. We're still capable of doing it, and we have our backload of things. But we used to do Christmas decorating so much that, our hotel, which is quite popular downtown, they do a Christmas lighting ceremony every year. We used to do their decorations. Now they're just all lights. But we used to do like animatronics. We have big, huge decorations that they still have. And we used to do all that. And we also used to do the hospital in my hometown. We used to put stars up all around the top and a big Christmas tree. That would just be all lights, but we used to do that. So we're big heavy on Christmas. It was my grandpa's like favorite holiday, so we used to decorate a lot. So we used to decorate a lot. But I miss Christmas decorations. Because like the malls don't decorate too much anymore. I do appreciate like it takes a lot of work. And I love how decorated Disney is, which I'm very excited. I'm going tomorrow, so I get to see it. But like I miss people going all out for the holidays and decorating. Nobody like really decorates their house anymore too. There's a couple of streets here that actually do go fully decked out, and I love that. There's a street in my hometown that is always, I think it's like 1 or 2 streets now that always do it. Don't Mall of America has to put up a giant tree and other, yeah, like I don't know, we used to do Christmas decorations as well, and window decorations for Universal Studios, so we used to do that. But even there, I feel like just all these places, it's not as nice anymore. Even where we used to decorate, I had beef with them because they stopped hiring us because they didn't want to pay us money. But now all that they do is lights. Like, it's just lights. But we used to literally have sets. So it used to be like full sets. Like they used to have carolers and all of our animatronics out on the balconies, but we'd have sets of like little bears, like, or raccoons teetering on stuff, like little sets and everything. Feels pretty decorated. Lots of, oh, I love that. See, I just wish more places would, like, I really miss like all the decorations. Do you have many? Your sets? Yeah, actually somebody back east spent a lot of money and most literally bought out a lot of our stuff because we don't make a lot of the stuff anymore. A lot of it was hand painted. I'll have to post some pictures sometimes. Universal still owns a lot of our stuff because we did decorations for Jingle All the Way, and we've done some stuff for a couple other TV shows. But so they still hold all of our stuff. So one of the recent Christmas movies, I think last year or the year before, they used our stuff, which is really cool to see because it's my grandpa's stuff and it's hand painted by him, and he's passed away. So like, that's really cool to see. But yeah, it's all hand painted. So we don't really do that anymore because my dad could paint it, but it would be just him. So it's a lot of work. I could do it. I used to paint the stumps for the little raccoons to sit on. No Joy just said his house. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I miss the old nostalgic feeling of Christmas and that type of decorating. Is how Christmas felt when I was younger, and now because I'm older I feel depressed and despair this season. Yeah, it's why I kind of started picking up baking a little bit, like even baking cookies, because like I want that feeling. I don't know, I'm gonna fight everything. I miss it, but that's a little lower for Christmas. We used to do Christmas decorations. We still own a lot of the stuff, and we still have a lot of decorations, and we use it for ourselves. My brother uses a lot for his house because he's in like a neighborhood. We're out in the middle we're not in the middle of nowhere, but we're in the middle of nowhere. I actually don't know where I'm going. Okay. But yeah, there's a little Christmas lore drop, but I miss it. I miss how it used to feel. Oh my god, it's just like the Macy's store.
Carl, can you hear me?
Stop doing that, sir.
I have a choice?
Pembroke Farm isn't safe. Meet me at the homestead in High Marshes instead. Someone's onto us. Hurry, please.
Who the fuck? Where did he say? His farm? Where the frick was the farm even? Who's this man talking in my head? I'm stressed to make all the kids love it. Yeah, I also, this is economic wise, and this is just base by base for how everybody is. Like, I'm a big person who likes gifts. Doesn't matter what it is, but I like purposely wrapping them because I like the joy of opening them. I miss old Christmas. I know I was a kid and like it was easier, you know, you could just get toys, but I don't know, I just like opening things. Give me more boxes to open. I don't care if it's one thing, just give me boxes to open. Industrial Park? Where the frick did this say? Did this man say? He said the farm. You sippable? Whatever? Did you look pretty too, wrapped and shiny? Yeah, I don't know. I think it just brings me a lot of joy because I know people are gonna be happy. Can I add some more magic to this season for myself? Doesn't stress, yeah. Yeah, see, I always end up celebrating the holiday a little bit too late, and then I get sad because I'm like, oh, I wanted to celebrate this. So I need to start watching Christmas movies, even though I'm watching horror movies. I think that's right. Some like the dark. Oh, Raven's Nest. Oh, I guess I am heading there, sir. I'm just trying to pick up my car. This way? Let's go. Let's feel that. That's free loot. No, you know what? I'll come back for that. I won't be coming back for that. Where am I going? Lights feel special? Yeah, I think, maybe the week of Thanksgiving, I'm gonna start decorating for Christmas. We have some stuff out, but I need to at least, like, set out all of our boxes from storage, just so that I know there's no spiders in it.
Carl, the Baron's men are here. Hurry!
I'm fucking driving, bro. Up the stranger? I'm not even there yet. I feel like this game is trying to make me lock in. It'd be about getting together with family, enjoying each other's company. Unfortunately, now it's like I bought you a better gift this year. Yeah, it lost a lot of its whimsy. You're so right with that. I also had a whimsy. Okay, she told everyone in her family that because I was making money, I was required to buy presents for everyone. She guilted me. That's disgusting. Who carries the Grinch? Yes. That movie is really good.
The dang Barbie phone was fucking with me.
Oh my god, I forgot that was there, bro. It's Kai haunting us. That Barbie phone is gonna be there on the entire VOD. That's gonna be so funny. But that sucks. That does. I think that's why Christmas doesn't feel like Christmas anymore, because we had a lot of family problems. And there's a lot more now too. Some of y'all who have been here for some time know about that. Shaylin, you ever want the tea for that? I'll meet you up for lunch or something, and I got a shit ton of tea I could tell you for that. Stromp the lore. The Grinch is a great one. I'm sure Sarah knows this one, but a few other. Grow up to be fun. Yeah, oh my god. Dude, Steve, did you see them reunite? Jim Carrey and her, and I forget her name, but the little girl. Because they had a meetup now for the rock, ceremony thing that they had. I forget what it was. It was so cute. The pause. Parkour away from the paparazzi. Why did I say it like that? Ooh, my dad always likes to watch Charlie Brown, the Christmas special for that. Moonson. I like that nice name. Hold on, we are gonna get a little distracted because this man is telling me I need help, and I'm like, well, sucks to suck, bro. Okay. Sucks to suck, bro. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, my dad loves Charlie Brown. Christmas movies. I wish I could say I can host some Christmas. Ooh. There is a horror Christmas movie I do need to watch. Oh, Elf. Elf is always good. But I wish I could say I could host some Christmas movies. For like movie nights. But the rat hates me. Also Polar Express. I haven't watched that one in a long time, so I need to watch that one because it's just been a minute. Oh, Violent Night is the one I need to watch. That's just like action. That's the one I didn't get around to watching that when that came out. Like Home Alone. Home Alone, always good. Curious, I bought her a small bottle of mouthwash. God, it said since you've been talking. Doc, you're iconic for that. Though his reasoning is a good one, is violent. Okay, that's fair. You know, that's fair. It puts a different mood onto it because you want to celebrate Christmas and remember the good times, but then that that's there. So yeah. Tiny Tim doesn't make it to the Muppet. It's devastating. It's devastating every time. I think I have some of mine checked out. A Christmas Story is something that's always been playing. Oh, is this the one? Candy Cane Lane. It's on Amazon Prime. That's the one that has our Christmas decorations in it, and it's very cool, and I really like it. I think that's a really freaking cool Christmas act. Oh my god, you guys, we can watch Die Hard. We can watch Die Hard. Oh, Silent Night was the other one that came out. That was really interesting. I wish there wasn't any, like, I don't know if there is. We can watch Love Actually again. We all enjoyed that. There was no, like, good Christmas movies for me from Disney. Like how there was for, Halloween, like Twitches and Halloween Town. I'll shout it out. Shout it out during the credits? I don't think so. Because it's stuff that they bought from us. So it's like going through props. And you just see what you have in your like warehouse. Like, oh, we have those. Okay, we'll just take those. Because it's stuff that they bought from us from doing Jingle All the Way. So we didn't even know our stuff was in that until I think it was my aunt or brother who watched it first. And they're like, hey, that's ours. Like Christmas. If there was that, yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Also, this album's on repeat. I want you to know. So we can stop it at any point. Okay, get off my car. She got off my car. Yes. Correct. We did that and one other.
It must.
Bonk. Wait, hold on. Somebody shot at me. I don't have my fucking shotgun. I put it away. How about Christmas Horror? Yeah, I know Krampus. Oh, I forgot about Krampus. I really need to watch that. I never fully watched that. Horror Story, The Old Silent Night, Deadly Night. One's and not else. Interesting, interesting. There's some options for... Okay, ma'am. That one zombie is a bitch. Oh, inventory. I can find the scenes at which our stuff is in. I haven't lockpicked in a while. I love these throwing knives. They're so cool.
I'm watching you.
Get down from there. Oh, ow. Ow, stop hitting me, bro. Woo! Oh, he's dead. Ew. I try to heal. That's my own fault. Oh, yeah, but hey, this is my house. Get out. Get out. Out. Ooh. Trinkets. For me? Ow. Oh, my God. He's on the shotgun. Run from him.
Kyle, is it over?
Yeah.
Yes, the area's clear. Where are you?
I'm in the main farmhouse.
Stay there.
The guy's just like, hey, here they gone. Can I loot his body? Do you like any of the old classic Christmas cartoons? I've watched them. Which... What are the one I'm thinking about? What's his freaking name? Let's see. Yeah, I wasn't typing. Frosty. I do love Rudolph. Rudolph was good. Who the frick is he? Is it Frosty? Is Frosty the one I'm thinking of? Frosty is fun. I guess I don't like those too much. I like the movies better. Remember? Sure, just because it was silly? I don't remember which one it was. That's real. Oh my god, I've never watched that one. Did they? Oh, they remade it. They remade Black Christmas. Honestly, that cover, the art for the cover of Black Christmas, really good. It's on the hunt for a Christmas horror. Honestly, Christmas horror is like a special little breed of itself. It's really cool though, because they're usually very just like silly because it's Christmas. It's kind of like the campy horror movies, or like slashers where it's get crawl. I can crawl. What an amazing concept. Oh, there's stuff out here. There isn't too much. Yeah. Remember the trailer shows a guy making cookies out of someone? Oh, that's so fucking funny. That's not funny at all. But that is funny. Dude, no. It's stuff that I see. That's a lot of cars. Did I loot your body? No. You look freshly dead. Let's party? Ooh. I had one hell of a party in here. I think we've gone through this whole album. But my mom is very scared of a lot of horror stuff. And it's just very funny because some of the stuff she's like, yeah, that was really scary. I'm like, oh, the man just got his head chopped off. It's fine. It's not that scary. She's like, no, that's scary. Like, she gets nightmares off of the easiest stuff. And then it just makes me think like, oh, is there something wrong with me? He might. Okay, I know which one you're talking about then. I don't remember what it is. I don't know if I've ever seen it. A Christmas mood because of Sarah? It's a Dying Light soundtrack. I gotta get a soundtrack going. I do really like the one, Christmas Carol. Christmas Carol of the Bells? Carol of the Bells. David Foster one. That one's really good. Hold on. We'll take a break from Slat. This one, because I love Carol of the Bells. That one, any fight sequence can happen to with. It's brilliant. Cinematic. Ooh, I didn't like that. I'm sealing everything in here. It's not sealing if nobody lives here. Nobody's here to stop me. It's not sealing. Ooh. Oh, it's a farmhouse. I was like, why is there so many? Okay, hold on. Okay, the hold on didn't actually work. The Foster one? Yeah. That was cute. What the hell?
Thank you, Kyle.
Oh, he isn't.
My name is Sven. I'm the one who guided you here. As you're infected, we can connect through our shared consciousness.
And believe it or not, Sven, you aren't the first telepathic infected I've had in my head.
I don't remember that before.
Interesting. According to Jacob, you have other gifts too.
Or curses, depending on your point of view.
Oh.
Jacob said you needed our help.
What can you tell me about the Baron?
We can't trust
Quite a bit.
anybody, bro.
We've been spying on him and his people for years. I'm glad to tell you everything we know, but right now, I must find 2 of my team who are missing.
You can't communicate with them telepathically?
If I could, I wouldn't be so worried about them. But when I reach out, there's nothing.
Think the Baron has them?
I don't know. But I'm sure they're in danger.
Okay. Where were they last seen?
Are you offering to help me find them?
Well, it'll be my good deed for the day.
Last time I heard from them, they were at one of our abandoned bases. A farm west of here. You'll see a big combine harvester there.
Fine, I'll take a look.
And now that we're connected, just call out to me and I'll hear you.
All right, but until I do, stay the hell out of my head.
What a crazy... I don't remember any telepath from the first game. I'll have to ask Jordy or Coco. Because I know Coco did the following, which was the ending DLC. Who someone's active belonging equals stealing? Taking someone's stuff when they're no longer there and looting, scavenging? You're entirely right. See, I'm not stealing. Anyways, back to Christmas music. Santa Claus is coming down. Taking note, taking note. So then we should go ice skating again. Sure, that was personal. The boxes did it. Well, that one's not my car. This one is. Anyways, we'll be taking this one. Yippee! Actually gonna take a pit stop right here. Get me up there. Get me up there. Okay. Nope. Nope. Bonk. Bonk. Oh, sorry, guy. Ooh, his ribs are sticking out. I really want to decorate for Christmas now. Damn it. Gosh. Darn it. Yeah, ice skating was so much fun. Oh. I don't know where I'm hanging off of. I guess let's go to there. Let's bring the car. It was so much fun. I love ice skating. Man, I do need to buy new skates. Oh, it's back to Schlatt. Okay. Oh, well. Hold on, somebody's trying to get up here. Did she die? Yes, she did. What are those? Scavenge. What's up there? Oh, we're going up there. Oh, we're gonna get up there. Is that a power plant? I'll look down there, stop there, turn that up, see what's up there, check that out. So for sure is. Is that turned on? No, it's not. Is this gonna have a marker? No, but it has safe house. Okay. Hey, Santa hats and ugly sweaters. You're so right. I have one ugly sweater from my mom's collection. It's not even like an ugly sweater. It's just a really old style sweater. Love it dearly. It is one of my favorites. Wait, where did I see that? Big rock? Well, let's go down and get this. Actually, it's like... No, we're going down. Too late. We're gonna go right here. Don't hit my car! Get off of that. That's the rock we need. Hey bud, how you doing? Ooh, let me get over here actually. Whee! You better make it, Crane. Buying a Santa hat and attaching it to my yes! Wait, that'll be so cool, Doc. Oh my god. I swung so much that confused me. Whoa! Anyways, we're gonna kill them all below us. Ow! Ow! Frick you. That's gonna hit me. Did I turn this on? No, I didn't, because I was hurting. Well, glad I didn't. I was able to shoot him. Okay. Oh, that's a note. Oh, it's some more looting things. Okay. Hard Santa. Hard Santa, yes. Everything. Oswald Harris is possibly harder to put everything back after. Redoing the whole floor and tearing apart the floor. It be that way. My third floor till Christmas. It be that way. We had our floor redone. We did it in sections, but I was sleeping in the living room for a while because of it. Because I got my floors redone. So I get that. It'd be rough, but it'll be worth it. Couldn't possibly ever be done before. Anyways, I have one piece more salami. I'm gonna eat it. But the fact of that is I've been scolded not to eat my salami and pepperoni anymore. Which I do feel my tummy upset. I just thought it was because it was like, yeah, that's a lot of salami and pepperoni. That's a lot of salt and like... It's not good for your tummy, like eating so much of that. Well, I guess it's not good for my tummy because it's pork, and that's why I've been upset the past couple of days. I was exploring the farm. I heard something that sounded like several small blasts. Pinpoint a noise to an old ruin nearby. Ooh. Okay, what a great detailed map. Super greasy too? Yeah, and I'm highly sensitive to grease. I had tacos the other day and I was sitting on Discord with friends. I was like, "You guys, I think I might be allergic to grease." Because I had 3 tacos, that's it. And my tummy was absolutely losing it. For valid reasons. Oh, they're all dying. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Schlatt doesn't know what he has created with such a beautiful album. Oh. Thank you. Everybody's trying to get me. Where is that zombie going? Oh, thank you. Okay, they all died. I love pepperoni though. Pepperoni tastes so good. Okay, so we're gonna go up there. But we're gonna stop over here. Where is the main goal? Why does that look like a toy bus? Because it's red and yellow. Make lasagna tonight. It just takes forever. Do it though. That'll be so worth it. We're having leftovers tonight, which means we're having albondigas. That's one of my favorites. Mexican, not Spanish, but Mexican dishes. It's a good soup. Oh, well, you know, we're not actually gonna go down there. Oh, she's gonna. Oh, well, that was quite. You like rev that up, man. Oh, 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 Jesus Christ. Where's my bat? I'm gonna beat a woman. Oh, that goes straight. Bonk, 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 bonk. Wait, Fuck. Hey, you know, I should actually heal. Ow! Why you do that? Wait, I want to read that. Heads up, do not feed your dogs pepperoni salami. It contains seasoning that are toxic to them. That's not good for them. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I know this is going to be now the nitty gritty, but like what seasoning and whatnot? I'm just going to leave that man on the screen, actually. I want to know. You. Pepperoni. Oh, you should not feed your dog because it's a high... Okay, well that's the... give me the nitty-gritty of this. High fat, salt, and spice con... Okay, what spice? Because I'm curious, what spice? High salt... yeah. Lead to digestive upset, pancreas, and salt poisoning. That's what... Salt poisoning is what I feel like I'm leading up to with how much I've eaten it. Garlic and onion, which are toxic. Ah! Seasonings... Seasonings... Dogs can't have. Garlic powder, onion powder, and chili powder. Issues like anemia. Ooh, other toxic ones. Nutmeg, paprika, salt. Salt is so funny. Mustard. Mustard's interesting. Bay leaves, but truth be told, nobody should be eating bay leaves. Such as pumpkin... Spice and curry powder are dangerous because they contain a mix of harmful. That's fair. Okay, okay. Because pumpkin is good. Pumpkin puree helps a lot of tummy issues for kitties. Toxic garlic powder, nutmeg, onion. Is it raw onion or cooked too? Paprika, cloves, cocoa powder, chives, chili powder, salt, mustard, bay leaves, black pepper, cayenne pepper. You know those 2 peppers. That's fair. I don't want to feed my dog spicy things. That's interesting. I didn't know a lot of this stuff. I don't know a lot of the nitty gritty, even with cats, even to this day. It's all onion. That's crazy. Why onion? Why can't dogs? Like, what is it about it? There is our red blood cells. Ooh, so we can damage their red blood cells. Okay. Interesting. Because, like, it's a thing with cats can't have milk. But because you can feed them milk, but because they're lactose intolerant. But when you feed it to young babies, so young kittens, it can cause them to get severely dehydrated because they're lactose intolerant. But I didn't know what it was about onions. It's interesting. Okay. Slice of tomato once because he was begging and he hated it. Not sure if it's talking about... Let's see. Can dogs have tomatoes? Yes, dogs can have tomatoes. So he just hated it. He personally hated it, Steve. Oh! He personally hated that tomato you gave him. Come here. You're dying. Yeah, beat him up, green. You're gonna lose his own body. Skibba. Did not poison him. So, my dog, this is very bad, and you do not give your dogs this. My dog, and she still does, and she still really wants it, likes coffee. Coffee is not good for dogs, but she really, really wants coffee. But coffee is very bad and toxic for dogs. Where is it? Oopsie. Like right there. And a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Coffee is very toxic. I think to cats as well. I think just in general. She really wants coffee though. She doesn't know it's bad for her, but she really wants it. And grapes. Do not give dogs grapes. They're toxic to them. It's so funny, all these little things that they're toxic to that we eat. That it's like, what's wrong with you? Why can't you have that? Hydrate? But then again, I will say I eat pork and I'm allergic to that. At least I'm not toxic to it. Like, it's not toxic to me, but like... That really... And my tummy is hurting. Which I... Ooh, can I go swimming in this suspiciously colored lake? feel like there should be something in this lake. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so we're gonna climb that mountain and then come back down to our car. Thank you, Quiet. Poisey hydrate. I hope you are well. Okay, no.
All right, Pietro, I got 3 more substations up and running.
That deserves a bonus. It'll be here when you get here.
Oh, thanks. I know I can get up there. Mr. Kyle Crane, how do we get up there? Okay, he doesn't want to go that way. Ooh, dare. The things we don't know about our animals. Where are we going? Now I feel like I've learned a lot more. A lot of veterinarians keep a jar of Hershey Kisses. And because dogs should always have a taste. Yes, that's so cute. I can concur with that. Okay. Crane didn't agree. Crane did not agree at all. That's so cute. My dog has definitely had a taste of chocolate. Not because I've given it to her, but because I swear to God, they get into everything. Yeah, Crane, see, you could make it. Why didn't you make it the first time? Oh. Okay. Maybe I should stop yelling at Crane. Otherwise, he's gonna drop me. Drop it next time. Drop it next time. Sorry, taking your watch and everything. You got any other goodies? Can I go higher? I don't think I can. I just took his watch. I just took this man's watch. I won't lie. I took his watch. He's dead, so it's okay. Can I take his shoes? He lost a shoe when he died. Are we having this super sad dog death talk? Oh, because we were talking about pepperoni and salami. They can't have them. Have the most sensitive tummy? Hey, I have a pretty sensitive tummy too. Oh, well, I got a per pound of dog. They can have ounce of chocolate because it's lethal. Oh, interesting. I would believe that. It's just a warning not to feed dogs. Yeah, because people like me. Honestly, a lot of people. I feel like a lot of people don't know like every single thing. Because there is a lot of stuff, even with cats still to this day, that I'm learning for different stuff. Oh, I already, that was there. Dark zone discovered. Okay. Fucking stupid ass Baron's freaking house. Because I have this lavender spray, and it's the reason why I would love to have incense or candles in my house, but I can't. One, because my fuck ass little cats would definitely try to touch the fire. So, there's that. But because I know a lot of scents they're allergic to or can be toxic to them, just like citrus. Citrus is toxic to them, which is why they don't like it, which is why they go eat. If you give a cat like citrus to like smell or whatnot, they go they do not like it, which is fair. Be extra sad. Watch some of those walk videos. You're so right. You're so right, Steve. Can I jump off this side? I don't think that's a safe distance to fall. There we go. We can go this way. That's a safe distance to fall. Okay, back to my car. We got that. We got that. Anything else on the way? I used to feed my dogs a crust of garlic bread till I found they can't eat it. I felt really bad. No, that's me feeling bad right now about certain stuff. I was like, oh, I don't think we've ever fed my dog onion, but we cook with a lot of onions and everything, so it's probably been in there. Wasn't a harm? Yeah, exactly. Now you know. You didn't know, so how could you prevent it if you didn't know? That's even, like I said, with my lavender spray. Oh, hey, there's a big guy still there. That's very mean. I'm gonna get in this car and drive. Turn on the car faster. Crane, he hit your car because you would not turn it on faster. I mean, no other. That was not the way I was supposed to drive through that. But I kind of got scared. What happened here? It just flooded. Excuse me, girlie. Why are you screaming at me? Ooh. Mountain tunnel. Are you alive? No. You're definitely not alive. Are you alive? Are you alive? Is there any military here? Because I need a military. Oh, this is a fully dark tunnel. I wonder if there's any volatiles in here. Oh. Oh, that goes all the way through. Hey, yeah, so I'm turning around. I don't like it in here. We all learn through our actions. That's all that matters. There's no military. And I need their little key cards. What's up there? These poor zombies are like, please, come on, dude. We're trying to eat you. Stop jumping around. Just running past them full speed. Whee! How long have I been streaming? Oh, okay. I think we'll have a normal stream today. Whoa! Hey, fuck you. You know personal attack. Fuck you. Okay, that was a personal attack. Yeah, right to you too. Oh, Jesus! There's my car. Meow, 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 meow. I think it's somewhere around here. Stop chasing me. There's hay bales. Happy holidays. There's a lot of hay bales here. Hey, what's happening over here? Hey! Do you have any explosives? Oh, I threw that way too far. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I hate your friends. I guess they're not really your friends. But I guess you guys could talk telepathically. Okay, you enemies need to go away, apparently. I can't listen. Oh! Oh, ouchie! Bonk. Nice. Yeah! I like this one with the arm. You just rip it out of his hand. Bonk. Bonk. You're next. You're next. I need you all to go away. Oh, that's gonna alert more of them. Sorry. Okay. Oh! I didn't even realize there was a person in there. Yeah, telepathic acquaintances.
Your friend's dead.
And who the bloody hell are you?
Well, I could ask you the same damn thing. Well?
Okay. Travis is the name, and entertainment's my game.
Oh.
Well, so what happened?
Very interesting. Back of
The
dog.
bloke crashed?
Yeah. And then the infected got to him.
Great flavor? Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Ben and Jerry's split.
So I lost the bet.
Bet?
Curious, eh? Want to know what this is all about, do you? Then come see me.
How'd that man die?
Like, same road.
Like, he doesn't look dead. Some people don't look dead when they're dead, Sarah. Okay? Shut up. Just a little silly. You don't look dead. Well, he's dead. Oh, can't pick up that one. Oh, pretty little flowers. Pretty little flowers all around here. Do you have any loot in your bag? No? Okay. Fuck you. In particular. I'm running. You can't catch me, I'm running. My wife is playing my mouse. Somewhere around here is where that, like, hidey hole was. Do you have a key card? Your boobie's out, ma'am. Stop that. I'm streaming. Did you? No, you don't. Yeah, it's something like this, and then there's like a little hidey hole.
This must be the place.
Oh. Oh, this is the quest. Did he trip? Did that zombie like trip? What just happened? I created one. Full of grapes extract. You bet. Run over to her. She ate it. Liked it. He ate it. Liked it. Gave some to her very happy dog. Ate it. Died because it killed the dog. Maybe the relationship. They vowed to never make grape flavor. Real as hell. Just went to a poll. Maybe that's the answer. Yeah, something like yeah. He just looks so like not dead. Like that's how you're gonna go in a zombie apocalypse. Oh, there's a lot more zombies in here than I thought. Calm down, Crane. Wow, wow. Oh, I'm sorry. Ow, ow, I'm stuck on a box, I'm stuck on a box! Fuck you, you got me stuck on a box. They didn't get me stuck on a box, they were just beat downing me in front of a box and it was very mean. No, leg privileges lost. You don't want legs either? I don't. None for you. No legs for anybody. None. Not allowed here.
Friend, can you hear me? Hello? I feel like a fucking idiot.
You're traveling. You meet a man named Terry. You laugh
Shit,
and say
that
Terry
is
is
so
a woman's
creepy.
name. Terry gets
You
mad.
said you used this place for a
Terry
base?
kills you.
Have
You
you found
die from
anything?
dysentery.
No, not yet.
Check the attic. The entrance is in the hallway.
Dysentery. I like it, I like it, I like it. Ooh, it's intestines. What'd he fucking tell you? I don't know what he told me. He told me a specific location. That's a quite nice, Oh, hey, no, go back to sleep. How do I get in here? I'll find his friend eventually. Nope. No head for you. No head for you? 1 second. Stop. No head. Nope. Chopping off all your heads. Anyways, gasoline. Why does bully me? How so? How can we bully him back? Kai. Also, I love you. Hi. Hello. Down. Oh, don't right at me. Okay, that's quite mean. Actually, I would like in this house very much. Let me in! Let me in! It's getting dark out. How do I get in? Let me in! Let me in! Yeah, let me in! Let me in! Being sappy over in the man. Hee. Check DMs, my lord. Oh, why yes, my lord. Meow, 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 meow. Woo! Oh my god. Wait, that's so fucking stupid. I love him. Nearly cried, damn. It's the fucking feet. It's so funny. My wife messaged me. Beefy women! How do I get into this house? I love this silly little goober. He's so cute! Oh, can I just knock on the door? Hello? Hi? How do I get into this house? Is it sorry? Ooh. Chamomile. Somebody fell. We're not gonna talk about that. Let me in. Let me in. That's so cute. I love Soup. I love Soup so much. Oh, wonderful child. How do I? Right here. This window. The only window I didn't check. Literally the singular window I did not check. What's in here? Open? Honey! Whoa. Oh, okay, I was a little too happy. Did he not get in here? Did he get in? I think he fell down. What are you doing? Sit down. No legs. For you. Jesus Christ. I ain't gonna lie, Crane kind of swung really hard. What the hell? Anyways, quiet. Good job. Good job, good job, good job. What's out there? I'm not sitting back in my chair. Meow, meow, meow. Thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. I agree, I agree, I agree. Need to sit back. Don't remind me that it's getting dark out. It's, I think it's 1900? Yeah, so 7. I'm like, I think that's what time. I remember saying that. Yeah, cleaning supplies. Look, soap for everybody. Open. Antibiotics. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Nah. Nah. Can I sleep in here? It'd be quite nice.
These look like patrol routes. Is this an outpost?
Can I steal his food? Can I go to sleep here?
Kyle, have you found my men?
No, but I found a map of the Baron's outposts.
If they were captured, you'll probably find them in one of those.
I'll see if I can track them down, but do me a favor.
Stay the hell out of your head.
Are you reading my mind again, Sven?
Oh my god, is Mr. Kyle Crane flirting with the voices in his head? Also, I think you would enjoy this, Kai, but we are getting... You don't play Overwatch, but we are getting a beefy woman, another beefy woman in Overwatch. That is quite enjoyable. That's actually... Oh, game closed. Anyway. Thank you for that hydrate, thank you. Should we stop this album? I feel like we've been on this album for ages. Maybe it's time to go back to Pokemon. I don't know. We'll see. Wait, I need to see where the nearest... I think that's the nearest one. Fortunately, it's nighttime. I don't know where I am. I don't know where I am. How do I get out of this house? Don't touch me. Okay, you know, let's lock in. By lock in, I mean run to that fucking safe house and sleep. Because I do not fuck with the volatiles in this game. Is that my car? What's my car? That's not the button I wanted to press. No. Don't do that. That was scary. I know it's nighttime, but like my safe house is right here. I wonder if I have a... I don't, but I have this. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Yeah, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? I'm under the purple light. Oh. Oh, I missed him. Oh, hey, another one. Oh. Yeah, stay in here. I'ma kill you. I'ma kill you. Come here. Oh. Okay, he ran for his life. Another beefy woman? Whoa, where? Hold on, I'm confused where I am. Okay, I was trying to find a ladder. Yeah, we're getting another one. She is really cool. She has a big sword. Big sword for a big woman. She literally fights in the Colosseum. She's very cool. I forget what she is. She's the wolf. We are? Yes. Do you play Overwatch quite? Or do you consume Overwatch media? Wow, this is really pretty. Get back into Overwatch? Or would you like to see... I should just post the trailer, truth be told, in... Hey, what the fuck is he doing back there? Just gonna go back over here. Sit right here. Play an Xbox. Hey. Oh, none of those is the right button of which I was looking for. Let me just... La Lupa. She is... Oh, ABC. There you go. Give that to you. It's quite good. The trailer is really fun. Oh, I have new shoes. This one's level 3, level 3. What do I have on? Level 5. Oh, I have no extra stats on it, but it's level 5, so I guess I'll keep it on. He looks like a nerd. Did a minute Overwatch, but the characters are... Yeah. Honestly, that was me before because I had never played Overwatch before. Literally cosplayed as one of them, but had never played because I didn't have the money to buy the game and my brother had it, so I didn't buy it. But this one, Overwatch 2 is free, so I'm like, eh, okay. But I do enjoy it. My friends play it, so I play it with them. Love her hair. Yeah, I love her. I'm intrigued to see how her abilities are gonna work because I can see some of them in the like little cinematic they have, but I'm like, okay, that one's definitely gonna be her ult, but like, how is the other thing that's gonna work in type of thing? Okay, Crane, I just want you to, yeah, you know, fuck it. There is fluff on my nose. That was quite horrifying. Whoa, don't just keep your hands out like that, my dude. There has to be an underneath somewhere. That was really creepy. Yeah, scream all you want over there. Oops, well. Peace. Oh. No, this just goes to this. Excuse me, pardon me. I wonder where it is. Hearing that scream underneath this, that was scary. Hello, military zombie. How are you? I'm good. Ooh, don't step on it. I almost stepped on it. That was weird. Whoop. Time to get back in my car and we're gonna drive away. That was it. We'll do a little bit more and then I probably will end to catch up on some things. I'm curious where... Oh shit, I have skill points. What's that? Oh, a grenade in this game? I do actually want that, so we're gonna get that. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I was looking at that zombie to hit. No signale. That's a really cool place. I think this is... Oh, get out of the car. Stop hitting my freaking... Is this where we were? This is literally where we were. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Ooh, those look so cool. Support. Peter, an audition's been going? Ooh. I sent in... Oh, hi, Birdie. I sent in an audition for Disney, which is really interesting. Don't really do much for that. You just... I don't like how he's running after me. Oh, am I actually going there? Oh. Which you literally... Oh my god, don't do that to me! I'm trying to talk calmly! Oh my god, she scared the shit out of me! She's gonna do it again. I need to get rid of that man. Oh, she's chasing me! She's fucking chasing me! This isn't even where I need to go, but I'm here now, so we're doing it. Okay. You die. Oh, you're a big man! Oh, good heavens. Okay, okay, I didn't mean to engage with everything here. As... You're still not dead? Oh my god. Just gonna stand on this fence and craft. Anyways, yeah, I did that. Because it's really just like you send in the stuff and then if you hear back, then you hear back. But like, you know, might as well. Look at it. Literally fucking, why not? Spaz decoy. That's the thing we made. Oh my god. I did an audition on Friday that me and B recorded. We meant to record it on Thursday. We tried to, and she was like, hey, are you free? I can just come over tomorrow. So we did that. I can't, that's why I've kind of been out of it because I've been bullying myself. I've been beating myself up about it because I'm like, okay, no, I can do better. But I asked my friend for tips and whatnot because I was like, okay, no, actually watch this. I put it in. Doesn't, like, I just need to start putting in stuff so I get the practice. Because me being, if I would have watched it and been like, oh, no, actually, I don't like that, defeats the purpose. Because I still just need to put it in. But I sent it to my friend and got a lot of notes back from him. And it was very sweet. It's my friend Linton. He was just like, he told me, he's like, sorry if that was rough, very blunt, or like harsh. I was like, no, I asked you to critique it so that I know what's wrong and what's right. Because there were some goods and there's some bads. It's the case of you can do more. And I was also rushed to do it, so I was kind of rushing through it too. and I can see physically we weren't rushing, but I could see mentally that I was rushing through it. Pictures with the fake legs? Picture with the fake legs? Oh yeah, the picture with the fake legs, yes. I was like, picture with the fake legs? I know exactly what you're talking about, yes. They look so cool, yes, quiet, they do look so cool! But yeah, so I'm putting in stuff. I need to go around and check during the weekends. I try to check my backstage and actors access. If I get something told to me and given to me, I check it. But looking for auditions, I usually don't check, which I should still on Saturday and Sunday, but it's because I work. So I kind of just decompose on the weekends and focus on IRL job. But yeah, I started just taking notes. I whipped out my old acting notebook. It looks like there's a shit ton of stuff in here. It's because there's a shit ton of stuff in here. If I take it out, it does not look as like messy and used. This is literally just different monologues, different class stuff. I have a couple of monologues. I have the monologue I auditioned the last show I did. I have my film acting class monologues. I have my thing I drew at Disney. We had that acting notebook. Yeah, because I told Lyndon, I was like, you know, I'm actually gonna write down these notes, and it's something my teacher told us to do too. Is like keep notes of like your performances and whatnot. So like I have my old character breakdown for Agnes when I did that. Wish I did another show. I should have put my acting notes for when I was SMing in this, but I didn't. That's perfectly fine. That was literally jumbled notes. I was just trying to keep track of who needed what. This has notes of like stuff to look for, which I really need to look back on. And I never did for the last show I was in. It's been some time, but I never did a full breakdown of like, okay, what do I think I did good? How did I grow? What was good? This is like the cutest thing ever though. Like my little character breakdown for Agnes. Love that. But it's stuff like that. But where is it? I did audition 1 and did notes. It actually is quite a lot because I did stuff that I thought of that like I myself called myself out on, and it's just like, okay, that was good, and that, or things that like we didn't have props when we first started, but then I was like, no, actually, you know, I'm gonna have some books here so I can mess with that, and it worked a lot nicer. So I wrote myself notes, and then I wrote notes Linton said, and then I did another page of tips and things to try for next time. Simplify things and go back to the past. Little things to get your mind back to the right mindset. Yeah. And that's why I'm like, especially, oh my god, I'm about to, oh, I need a craft. I'm gonna craft some more things actually while we're here. I have the most experience in theater acting, which is very different. Strangely enough, I think I can transition to voice acting a lot better because I'm stronger with my voice than full body expression, because that's something my own self. I'm very awkward and social, and like, yeah, it's something that like theater is definitely what I have the most experience in. So then film acting is very different. When you're behind the camera and doing that is very different. So I'm like, okay, my goal is to just every time I get an audition, or if I do, I actually kind of want to ask my friends like, hey, do you want to pick up like small projects to just like help me practice? And not like projects, but like just filming monologues or random scenes. Just to like get practice. Did voice acting, I'd be like, just one voice and that's it. If I did voice, hey, but you like Keith David. Keith, I don't know why I enunciated his David part of his name in such a way. Keith David is just Keith David, but like, God, I love his voice. But yeah, so it's I really was just like, okay, no, I'm taking this serious and we're gonna do notes. This poor notebook is what I got when I worked at Barnes & Noble. I didn't buy it, it was free. But the elastic doesn't elastic anymore. It just kind of sits there. But it's our stickers. There's stickers on it and everything. Just one voice and that's it. It's really funny. But yeah, so I did an audition. I've been putting stuff in. I'm trying to figure out stuff for my headshots because that is a whole debacle, but I need to message my other friend about it. I have some. I can steal the raw images. Actually, that does not go. And so I did that. I filmed the first one, so I'm like, okay. But before my sister has her spring musical. I told her I'll read the lines of her in the hotel during downtime, so I'm excited to be part of the production. Ooh, what musical is it? That's like, we just went to go see A Christmas Carol, and I'm sad that I have such spite against that school because I'm like, man, I should have auditioned for that. That would have been fun. But I don't think I would have had the time to do it, truth be told, because of work, because they're a little bit pissy about that. But I did talk to my director there, and I'm like, okay, if I were to do the audition for the next one, what should I look at? So I might learn Shakespeare. That's the moral of that story. I kind of do really want to learn Shakespeare because I would like to do a Shakespeare production. Oh. Oh, throw it away. Ow. That was a direct hit to my face. That man, oh. I didn't craft arrows. Let me do these, actually. Can I use these on this arrow? I think they've decided yet. This is the first thing, the last musical she gets to be in. Means people to do it before now. Our school hasn't had the music. Oh, okay, that's gonna be really fun. Let me know what musical they pick, because I'm invested. Obviously, I can't come see it. I don't think we're anywhere near. Oh, whoa. Oh, can I not? Whoa, hold on. I'm like, pull this back. Oh, Jesus Christ, I got like double whammy there. Well, yes. Yippee. Descend safely. Sir, I got smacked in the face. This game sometimes pisses me off because it's just a mob of zombie. Which is very... Oh. Oh, please don't be night. Okay. Oh, I don't care about you. Get out of my way. Which is very real life. Where was I? We're just gonna get in this. Oh, we were right here. I went right over here. Oh, I see. I'm gonna do something a little crazy. Oh, sure, I just want you to roll this down the hill. I'll be honest. But I'm not gonna waste my cast on that. Did he die? Oh, he fell off. Where'd she fall? They're not all bunched up now. Ooh, yes, I can camouflage now. Oh, he's stinky too. You're still alive? There we go. One more for you. Run. I will pay $8 to get you in. Fuck yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, he hurts. I will hydrate after I kill this son of a bitch. No, there's another spitter. Where is he spitting from? Unless it's him. No, it's not. There you are. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? Where are you? Get out of that bush. Get out of this bush. Get out of here. Is he dead? Okay. Okay, he's gone. Hi, Games. How are you? Oh. Didn't know they were freaking quitters? Yeah. Oh, and he leaves the ground stinky. Oh, ouchie, ouchie. Get out of that, Green. I'm sorry. Can you die faster, please? Ew. He sounded all slushy. Epic. They all love Grease, so maybe they'll do it. Oh, that one's always a fun one. Grease is just a fun show. We have Shrek coming in. coming up. Where were the gargling coming from? Okay. Damn. You actually got quite a bit of distance climbing that. Maybe I didn't want to put you up on this crane. Oh, there you are. Okay. Ooh, I got a plan. Goosebumps musical? Ooh, I didn't know there was a musical for Goosebumps. Wouldn't doubt it. There's a musical for a lot of things. Phantom. Oh, Phantom Broadway tour? Fuck yeah. I really need to go see another, Ew, I don't like that noise. That was quite scary. Okay. Currently unpowered. So where's the nearest power grid? It's this. It is this. You are the power grid. I agree. Did Phantom? Don't know much about it. Just know it's a big deal. I adore. It's a dark romance. It is so pretty. I love it so much. I saw it when I was in New York back in middle school. That was so much fun. Oh my god, that was so much fun. Crane, can you grab that? I guess you can't, Crane. Useless. Useless, Crane, useless. Climb the pole, Crane. Crane, climb it? I sometimes lose my mind with Crane. I think it's a very beautiful show. I don't know how it's gonna be since it's a tour one. In the sense that we had the big chandelier. Seeing that big chandelier like rise up again was so cool. God, I loved that. That's something that I is ingrained in my memory. The rest of the plate, not so much because I was kind of blind and at the time I wasn't really wearing glasses, so oopsie. I'm gonna leave a terrible review. As you should. I just don't know how that would be for traveling with it. You know? I guess we're going that way. What time is it? Okay. I don't know if I'm what to do. Nothing. Damn. The car looks a little beat up. That's fine. Wonder if I could take the fuel out. There we go. Okay, anyways, onwards. What are we doing? B is working on Little Shop of Horrors next. At her school. Her place of learning. Park this right there. Get out, please, Craig. What is this? A grocery store. Oh, how rather interesting. What else are we doing? I don't remember what the spring musical is. Hold on. I don't remember what our spring musical is. That's the way, most anticipated game? Yeah. The Game Awards. Resident Evil Requiem is nominated for most anticipated game. Ah, Legally Blonde. Oh, I forgot that's it. Legally Blonde sounds so fun to be in. I just don't know if I could. You know, but we're also doing Footloose over the summer. Oh, that's so weird. Sorry, I'm stalking someone's Instagram. Because I can. Not because I can, but because I can. And I was intrigued for this mere moment. In this mere moment, the impulsive thoughts of like, just get distracted started. Search the outpost. Okay, I see the window of which I can enter. That's not a window, that's a door. It's not openable. It's closed. I lied to myself. How do I enter? Hi. Okay, bye.
Keep your voice down. They'll hear you. You think I'm afraid of those freaks? They're not the only monsters out. Shit.
Okay. He should have been dead so long ago. You can't hit me. I'm small. He hit me. I'm trying to think, because Legally Blonde. Oh my god, where am I? I don't want to deal with you against her. I don't need to. Legally Blonde is a really good movie. I highly recommend that. I've never properly seen the musical. Same with like Mamma Mia. They're small. It's Crane quite literally on the opposite small. Okay, Crane's small in that moment. Okay, I was making him crawl around. He was small. Crane can be small like me too, okay? Oh my god, it put me so far away because I didn't have a hideout over here. Okay, now I'm determined. We're gonna finish off this part of the mission. I almost said, and then I can go to bed. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not going to bed after this. That would be crazy. Okay, I have more repairs on that, but I can craft that sword again. At least that one man's dead. Yes, I'm going to give in to temptation and loot while I'm trying to sneak instead of looting afterwards. Because I'm stupid. I'm not stupid, but in this case, I'm stupid. Is he staying over there? Maybe I should rush to kill him. Oh, he's in the floor! Look, he's short too. He's short just like me. On a 2 sentence horror story based on my real life? Yes!
Echo 7, report.
Sorry, Echo 7 will report in a second. Okay. Echo 7's looting the place.
Echo 7, where the fuck are you?
Looting the kitchen. Echo 7 is looting the kitchen. 2 sentence horror. I love short horrors.
This is Echo 7, over.
We caught the freaks who attacked the patrol. Where have you been?
Brain is not
taking a
good liar.
Fuck, whatever. Rendezvous at Checkpoint Delta.
Where?
The pig farm. We're taking the prisoners back to the palace.
Whoa,
Copy that.
Them. Dude, my hair's so
See you
fucking
soon,
long.
dumbass.
Crane, you're a horrible liar. He's just also stupid. Oh, I went to use the porta potty. The toilet seat was sticky. Oh. Well. Oh, that's not very... Oh. I don't like that horror story at all. Oh, bees. I took all the bees. I took the honey and the bees. That's an awful horror story. Can I open this? Damn. My little tiny toes could not open it. Sunflowers? Mite? I'm coming up! I'm coming! Coming!
Someone out there?
Okay, cool. I didn't hit him. Wait, oh, that... you missed. Okay, I'm gonna bring out my sword for this. Hey, you back off. Ow. Oh my god. Fucking catch my feet, bitch. Oh, I can't hit those. No feet for you. I almost decked this man in the fucking face. Oh, sorry. I will undo you.
Perfect timing. Thank you.
What happened to you, bro? I don't think you're holding that right, but thank you. Oh, I got canned food. Well, your friends are dead, but, you know... At least you didn't get your head chopped off. Ooh. It's a front door again. I keep on thinking front doors are entrances. There has to be something in there. What's that? Side quest. Talk to Travis at his workshop. Oh, that's that one. I guess I'll do this next time when we come back. Hydrate. What if I don't want to? What if I don't want to drink my water? What if I want to dehydrate? I think I will be beaten over the head by you guys if I did that. I think Quiet would cry if I didn't hydrate. Can I take that shovel? Don't worry, don't worry. I hydrated, don't worry. Don't cry. Don't worry, I hydrated. I hydrated just for you. You redeemed it, I hydrated. Ooh, what's that? Ooh. I learned how to make fruit dumplings. That's actually really sad. Yeah. I hydrated, don't worry. I would never make a friend cry unless it's from being sappy. Like when we were all sappy the one time. That was quite funny. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Oh, that's a big boy again. I like big boys. Itty bitty boys. Oh! I don't want to jump on that side. Love me. Bitch, I'm trying to sneak up on him. I'm not infected. Ow, I'm stuck. Oh no. Fucking stuck on the edge. You zombie? No, you're a tree. Okay, anyways, so what are we doing here? It's a big farm restricted area. Bookshelf looks so fun. Thank you! It has a lot of my trinkets. It has all of my manga and then some of my books. Some of my normal books. And some of my movies. Mainly a lot of trinkets. But it is very, very full. I need to dust it and fix it up and reorganize it because it's so messy. But it has a whole bunch of stuff on it. I love it. Why did I decide to climb up here? Why was there one man outside? That poor man. Like I say, man, they said, you sir, you're gonna watch. Oh my god. That like burped inwards. Ugh. They really sent that man to just watch the outside while they all sat inside. Okay, so we are trying to get in here. Let's see. Ow. Hit my toes. Ah. A door. No back door. May have handles. No can enter. I wonder if I do need to go up. But I don't know. Unless there's a vent up there. Or I could just go through the front doors.
Keep watch over the prison.
Yeah, I could just go through the front doors. Okay, they for sure would see me coming in. It's dark as fuck in there. And it's light as hell out there. Are the prisoners in there?
You sure they're not playing possum? Wake
Oh.
up, you infected piece of shit!
Convoy's here. Get him in the truck.
Are we gonna stop the screen? That man's gonna have a headache.
Hands up! Slowly.
Crane, why don't you just exit the front door?
Hello, gamers.
Hello, gamers! Hello, gamers! So I don't know why I repeated that. Hi, B. Oh my god! Oh my god! Why did he come zooming around that corner? Oh. I'm just gonna stand right here.
I like big girls, spready kitty girls, sweet big girls, singing ditty girls. You like the leggy girls with a nice dicks. You like a good chest, no matter what size. You like the belly folds. You like the six packs, really tall queens, and the short stacks. From the mild girls to the wild
Okay,
girls.
Crane, get off of that. Yeah! You sing it! Did I kill him? You right here. I think that's it. I'm all full up? Hold on. What's in my inventory? Hi, B. How are you? I hope you're well. I miss you, B. I miss you. Oh, inventory. This is what we're going to. Oh, but see, they're level 10, but they're already almost damaged. So we're getting to better weapons now. That's a level 10 shovel. Chat Cat ripped through that fast. Chat Cat said, I got you. I was listening to it. I won't lie. I was listening to it. Because I really like that song. Didn't I have stuff placed onto my last one? This is the one I have equipped. So we're just gonna equip that one. Oh, oopsie. Did that backwards. Get rid of that one. We'll get rid of this one. I'm actually gonna put that in there for now. Oh! Where are they? Oh, underneath me. Is there any trinkets up here? There are trinkets! Yay! And the glass got... Oh my god!
Weapon sighted!
Anybody else? I hope he doesn't climb up here. Well, I kind of hope he does climb up here. Oh my god. Gotta cancel, so I've been doing homework. Also next class. And then auditions for Little Shop. Are you gonna audition for it? No, you're working for it. Do you get to go watch auditions?
Sven, I just saw your people. They're being transported somewhere.
I have people watching the roads.
Is the one we
Soon as I
hate.
can,
We
I'll
don't
let
hate.
you know where they're going.
It's the stinky boy auditioning for it. Oh my god, there's more men! Oh, he's dead already. Just shoot him. I never use the guns in this
They're
game.
stopped near the river. You need to catch up with them.
Wait, hold
A group of
on.
infected are blocking the road. I'm sending you the location.
You're sending me via the brain? Did he just send me wavelengths of like ding 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 ding? No, ASMing. But you could audition. No, you're ASMing. You're gonna do your amazing little job. I love you and I miss you. You guys, me and B are on different schedules now, and it's awful. It's fucking awful. My favorite goober, and I never see her anymore. Anything else? Did you guys leave a car over here? Oh, yes you did. Okay, we're gonna drive like hell and get this. Oh, I shot. Oh. Bro, I shot his leg. Can I like pedal to the metal? Because this is not very pedal to the metal of Crane. Crane, there's a lot of things in the way here. Oh my god. Oh, right here? What? Hey, was there zombies right there a second ago? Hey, there's my old car. I feel like there were zombies right there, then they despawned.
Please support the Sarah's Envy Foundation so that way we can make time to hang out. Don't forget to donate. Okay, love you. Bye-bye.
Oh yeah, love you. Bye-bye. Me and B were complaining about how we're on completely different schedules. But at least if we lived together, you know, we wouldn't be as bad. We would still get to see each other somewhat. Donate, okay? No, no, no. This is like me saying, like, yeah, this game on my wish list. I'm actually gonna download that and probably play it later. I want to play an actual game later, but I like mind off gaming and watching movies sometimes. So that's also nice. Where am I driving to? Oh, right here? I should really stop asking questions sometimes. I parked that in a beautiful way. Very artistic. Oh, right here. Oh, right here. Oh, hold on. Let me... Whoa. Please clear. I need... Okay. No, 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 no. You're next. Okay.
Sven, I found them. And they don't look good.
They need an
so
infusion. Hurry.
Fucked up and
There's
evil.
a cave to the south. I'll send you the location.
Okay,
wait,
I'm on my way.
I'm looting. They did an infusion. Okay. The cave to the south? Where was the south? I'm on a fucking time limit. I'm on a fucking time limit. A cave to the south. Cave to the south. A cave? What does he mean, a cave to the south? I have 2 minutes. What if I just close out the whole game? Do I have the stuff already? No, I don't. A cave to the south. He said a cave to the south. Okay. I've never felt so much stress. I should have ended before I got to that. They needed an infusion. He said a cave to the south. Drive! Drive! I'm stupid. I'm stupid and I can't read. I'm stupid and I can't read. I'm stupid and I can't read. I'm just, oh my god. I'm stupid and I can't read. It's a drive. Okay, okay. Before they turn, we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. I didn't see it. I thought I needed to go get the medicine and then bring it back. Okay. W's accelerate. I am locked in. Also, Doc, please stay safe. Where am I going exactly? Okay. Where am I going? Okay, okay. Oh my god. I swear, I have good critical rating skills. I just didn't read. That one was my fault. I just didn't fucking read. I should just shut up right now. Oh, thank God I did it. Oh, thank God. Okay, they give you a lot of time to actually do that. I've never been so stressed. Hello, everybody. Can you fix them? I almost got them killed, I'm not gonna lie. I thought I had to go take the medicine. No, I just had to drive them.
Hey, where's Sven?
Take them inside.
Why are you looking at me like that? I fucking helped them. I'm infected too. That was so stressful. Anyways, be safe, Doc. Before I go, I love you. I'll try to be safe. I'll try to stay before, so at least so Doc can come back. Craig, you literally have one special eye like them, okay? Oh, this is so cool. This is nice. They got a nice room.
Just supposed to abandon them? To die?
What were you doing out there in the first place, Sven?
Reconnaissance. They're killing our people if we do nothing. How long before we're all wiped out?
Yeah.
Not much longer if the Baron tracks us down here.
Did Sven tell you who I am?
Thank you for your help, but you should leave now.
Lydia, this is Kyle Crane. He escaped from the Baron.
Crane? You brought Kyle Crane here?
Oh, you know me?
The Baron will tear this valley apart looking for him. Are you trying to get us all killed?
Actually, no, he doesn't really want me anymore.
Us. Maybe even save us.
He has a new toy.
He was tortured for years, just like we were. He needs answers, just like we do.
Is that what you want, Kyle? Answers?
I know, I want to kill that bitch.
Is that motherfucker's head on a platter.
Yeah.
But to do that, I need to know where he's vulnerable.
I understand, but we can't be involved. It's just too dangerous. Please leave.
She's
fun. Who was that?
She's got a point.
She's in charge here. Not exactly warm and cuddly, but don't let that discourage you. She'll come around.
He's got a dinosaur necklace.
Hey, follow me.
That's something I picture
someone.
that Kai would wear. A dinosaur necklace. Hey, can I steal any of your loot? Oh my god, a traitor?
Lydia said you're welcome to pick up supplies here if you need them.
Don't you guys need this stuff more than I do?
Most of what I sell is surplus anyway. Maybe you'll find something you can use.
I love her. Oh, sorry. Just turned the flashlight on you. Oh my god. Okay, first off, ma'am, I need to sell things. Sell. Sell. That costs a lot of money. 27. Take that. This costs more. I will give up my scooter handle. No, I don't want to. Not ready to let my scooter handle go. These ones are actually really good, but I don't really like them all too much. Pickaxe is kind of nice. Let's sell this one. Because we have that one. We'll use that one. 42. Sell that. I'll keep the shovel. Oh, do I have valuables? Oh, shit. Forgot about selling valuables. Okay, so... do we want to put Crane? This is kind of really cool. How much? I have a lot of money. Holy shit. I'm actually just gonna buy all these. Like, these are really cool. This is how I go broke so fast. Woo! I'm actually really good on feathers right now. Okay, let's see how we can make him look. That's level 8 gear. Provides the highest protection possible. Okay, so we'll keep that on. And just level 3. Better for parkour. What did I have? Oh, that was also level 3. Okay. I'll try those for a bit. Yeah. Let's actually leave that on. Fire armament, diamond, common craft parts, loot, rare craft part loot. Yeah, let's keep that one on. This one seems really cool. 5, level 5, parkour. Fire armor. Oh, melee weapons. Okay, so we're keeping that on. That's a really fucking cool. I think these pants are still the best. Those are kind of cool. Actually, I really like those ones. Those ones are really cool. That's just some pants. Those match. We're gonna keep those ones on. What shoes? These are probably parkour ones. 5. You just don't have any. Is that from Olivia? Love that. I've returned. Welcome back. I purposely stayed streaming just to make sure you could make it back. Oh, there's one of the recipes. That's really cute. I think we'll end in a second after I get through some of these. I think till we unlock what I assume will be my sleeping area here. Crane, that's not how you climb a ladder.
Sven?
Kyle, meet Selby.
Kyle Crane, right? I'm in charge of radio surveillance.
Radio surveillance, huh? You got a hell of an operation here.
This is honestly a really cool place.
Lydia wants us to stay hidden. And I get that, but it leaves us blind. If the Baron tracks us here, that's it. It's over.
We need to know what they're thinking, planning.
She is right. She's
Makes
really
sense.
cool. Is it a velociraptor that he had?
Well, looks like some kind of radio transmitter.
Close. It's actually a booster. What the Baron uses to amplify his signal all over the valley.
If
She's
we can
really cool
attach
hair.
this
I
to
like
the
her.
Baron's main relay tower, we might be able to listen in on his comms. But the tower is insanely tall, and none of us have the skills necessary to climb all the way to the top.
I do.
Well, lucky for you, I've climbed a lot of insanely tall towers in my time.
Honestly, he really has.
So with your skills, climbing to the top of a transmission tower should be a piece of cake.
Well,
Great big piece of really shitty cake.
Look, Kyle, if we can find out what he's really after, that could be a game changer.
Anything we hear, we'll pass on to you.
I bet he can't.
We'll get the full picture of what he's up to.
So sad.
What do you think?
It's his whole brand.
Keeping another secret
I like
from
the
Lydia?
dialogue options.
Actually, Selby already sold her on the idea. If we can listen in on the Baron's comms, she's all for it.
All right. Where do I put this thing?
There's a relay installed on a high
Suddenly, I
voltage
don't have
transmission tower
hands.
in the woods.
Crane
I'll
doesn't
guide
have
you there.
hands at all.
All right, fine. Sven already knows this, but do me a favor, stay out of my head. Use a radio if you want to talk to me.
Telepathy's safer, but we can use the radio if that's what you wish.
Yeah, that's what I wish. I'll be in touch.
I'm not gonna lie though, Mr. Crane.
and Kyle,
She's raccoon.
Take this too.
Is it a raccoon?
What's this?
Oh,
A grappling hook. You might find it useful.
yes, I love my grapple hook. Oh my god. I finally have my grapple hook. My precious grapple hook. Okay, it's a blueprint. I need to make it right now.
Smile and move on. Keep your thoughts to yourself.
Sleep where? Sleep how where? Sleep room? Sleep room. Yippee, yippee, yippee. I just got a blueprint to make. Ooh, double take? Ooh. Oh, there's a quest down here. Okay, so we'll end it in here. I think this is a good point to end. Sutal, I kind of want to see the tower though. Let's see, upgrade. Yep, do I only get one? Oh, I do that every fucking time, damn. Can I get it all the way up? That's what she said. Anyways, weapons. Double take. I want to see what that is like. That's really cool. this really cool weapon enhancement. So do I have like grapple hook? Oh, okay. Is it nighttime? Wait until night. Okay, what time is it? Okay. Oh my god, I'm so happy. 15:58. Okay. Ooh, let me go collect whatever quest is down here. Yeah. Let's accept this quest.
Kyle, have a moment? I know you're busy, but I could use your help.
Poor lady, what's wrong with her? She's so cute.
This is Iris. She's very ill and won't be with us much longer.
That stuff's
I'm sorry
coming
to
at
hear
night,
that.
though. Yeah, you're so right, but we can make it up there.
Iris asked me to get something from her home. A
Aww.
music box.
Okay.
Gift from her husband Henry. It means the world to her. The music box reminds her of him. The music would give her peace when her time comes.
Okay.
I understand. Where can I find it?
In their old home. She said that it's on a dresser in an upstairs bedroom. I'd go there myself, but I can't leave her alone.
Don't you worry, I love helping out all the women.
And these, I promised her I would place them on Henry's grave.
I'm just gonna
Sure
shove
thing.
this in my
You stay here
pocket,
with
go
Iris
do
and
other
Amelia.
stuff, and then
Where can I
fucking come
find the
back
house
and
and
like,
the gravesite?
yeah, kind of
They're not
crush
far.
the flower.
Their house is on Main Street in Farmlands. They ran a couple of markets there. Iris from home, Henry in the town. The grave should be in the backyard. Iris said she buried him in the garden, beneath a tree that meant a lot to them both.
Okay.
That's cute.
I'll take care of this. You take care of Iris.
Thank you, Kyle. It really means a lot to me.
She's talking to me as if she like knows me. I guess because we're all infected, we're like together, but like, ever met a tree that's meant a lot to me? Well, now you will see how it could happen. Who are you?
If anyone can come in like they own the place, we won't live long.
There's another quest here somewhere. Who has something for me? Who wants to talk to me? Not you, but you're the big boss lady here. I like her. I like her a lot. You got something for me? You got something?
Don't worry.
I don't know who the frick is trying to join that. I was in thought of like looking. Oh, down here. I see.
No, come on.
Oh.
Very well hidden. It won't come in here.
Nothing else.
Oh, these are the mushrooms that help them. Okay.
That thing, that...
Welcome to my humble abode.
Oh, he's
Here
so
we
cute.
meditate
Hi,
and
Ryu.
learn. They call me Star Child. Make yourself at home.
Star Child.
19, 13, and a
What's your real
7.
name, though?
So you are doing amazing.
Star Child.
Them shrooms,
Right.
yeah. Go, I have the fucking
Listen,
grapple
man,
hook.
My name's Star Child.
So
I got
happy.
flowers in my hair, and I've been through too much to care what anyone thinks of me. I live here on my own terms. Enough said.
Uh-huh. Okay. What about your friend there? She
No
taking
fucking
part in this
grapple
on her own
returns.
terms too?
She is.
Damn, why is Crane just...
A man of such little faith.
Honestly, yeah.
So, you see, experiments being done sensibly. But we'll need
Okay,
your
he does
help
have
to
some
finish
trauma,
it.
but like Crane, calm down.
Experiments. Everyone's a scientist around here.
Well, they're trying to...
Compare me to that monster.
Yeah,
Here's
okay,
the
that was
thing.
kind of mean, Crane.
seems
I know I'm the
everyone
one who
who's
picked it, but like...
Like us, who's halfway to becoming monstrous, is prone not just to apathy, but also anger.
Yeah, Crane, you...
I don't really see you guys losing it like that.
Not yet. But our brains have already been rewired. And I want to better understand how. You see, our frontal lobe activity is
He's telling
weaker.
us a lot of stuff.
Plus we've got hormonal imbalances, both impact the release of neurotransmitters like dopamine, serotonin. Being stuck in the dark doesn't help either. I want to study your outbursts, how you handle them, and find a way to help the others.
Crane does have a lot of outbursts.
So you've managed to get all this knowledge without any proper equipment?
Knowledge? Epistemologists might give us flack. It's just a theory for now. A plausible idea.
All right, so what exactly do you need me to do?
I need you to get me pieces of bark from the Tree of Madness, and also the gallbladder from someone who just turned. To get the former, check the abandoned park near the villa area. As for those who just turned,
okay,
you'll find them at a house in the woodlands, near the swamps. I'll use both to whip up a stimulant, then test it out on you.
This is like the witch from the first game. I'm not even gonna ask about those two.
Star Child?
Trigger a psychogenic reaction, put you into a trance, administer my formula, induce enzyme production, and then take a blood sample.
Not really thrilled about being somebody's guinea pig again.
Kyle, I won't force you, but you'd help the others by doing this.
Uh-huh.
You got it.
Anything else?
Look closely
Pretty
at my
far
finger.
down now. It hurts. Ooh.
Don't take your eyes off it.
Why do you want me to watch your
Get ready to
finger?
enter into a new experience.
I don't know why he said that. I was like, okay. Okay.
1, 2,
where are you gonna take Crane?
3.
I'm like actually following his finger.
Yeah, that shit doesn't work on me.
We'll see. Look into yourself, man. Listen to your inner voice.
Seriously? Hypnosis, experiments, this Tree of Madness, inner voice bullshit?
They can talk in their mind,
Better to cast
bro.
a wide net than a narrow one. Good luck.
I like this man. Crane may not, but I like this man.
Is the fight for the precious.
Okay. Anyways, that happened a lot to me at Vandock. And there was a couple times that I broke it so low. I was like, this fucking hurts.
Why the?
He's got a game theory. That man, Star Child, got a game theory. Oh my god. I just want to use the grapple once. I just want to use the grapple, please. Okay.
You failed them all.
Oh! Oh no, I'm listening to the inner voice.
The fuck?
I don't want to listen to the inner voice. Sorry, Star Child. I cut that off immediately.
Child,
Okay.
I started hearing some weird voice.
It's speaking to you.
It's bugging me.
Listen to it.
Oh my god, what? What fucking screamed over there? Oh my god. What is screaming over there? You failed her on. That's what he's hearing. What is this guy doing out here? Get out of here. Stop it. Why are you out in broad daylight? Daylight? Where's this tower? Tower. It's not too far. Man, I wish I miss her on. That was such a. Who needs help? Somebody needs help.
Can anyone help me?
Oh, there you are. Oh, what happened to?
Take him now.
No.
Hey, up here.
Hey, so I made this fancy weapon. This is an interesting. Oh. It's just like a giant saw blade. Okay, hold on 1 second, sir. It's a very hefty weapon. Don't do it. Ow, she hit me. Man, and I wanted to help somebody. I was coming over here to help somebody and they did that? Okay. I gotta pop out to head to work. Have a good day at work, go. It's okay, I'm ending soon anyways. Oh, I went way over the time limit that I wanted to. Oh well, hee oopsie. Yes, everybody make sure you drink water. Coco has said it. Coco has made the decree that we must drink water.
Olivia, I came across another settlement hiding up in the mountains. They were experimented on, like me. So they're no fans of the Baron either.
Are they willing to help?
Maybe. I don't know. Their leader doesn't seem to like me.
Oh, that's not a tall tower at all.
Charming as you. That's hard to believe.
Really finished the first game? Yes,
Funny.
you should. Never drink water, drink water.
See if that makes a difference.
Thunderbolts,
I'll keep you posted.
Wolverine. What am I watching next? Fantastic Four? I need to watch Fantastic Four again. I love Fantastic Four so much. What the fuck is that? What's... Get down here. Bonk. Can I? No, you want me to actually physically climb it. Okay. I see how it is. Oh, damn, okay. Okay. Guess I could do that. Oh. Okay. Whoa. Spiky. Oh, can I grapple myself at all? Nope. Okay. We're gonna climb. Watch out last night. Damn. Okay. Get upgrade. Okay. I don't know. Let's see. Do you want another like recent like Marvel film? Are you stuck on like Marvel films right now? Or like not stuck on, but like is that the jingle right now? I need to watch Fantastic Four and Thunderbolts. I was thinking about watching Thunderbolts last night. Ooh, yeah, the original X-Men. You're still alive. Nuh-uh. The fuck you mean, nuh-uh? Go here, and we're gonna get a new hidey spot. Wherever that is.
Selby, the transmitter's installed.
Where is,
Tell me it's working.
Oh, right there.
Crane, let me... Yes, it's working.
Ooh.
But all I can hear is white noise.
Well, I mean...
Fuck me. Those bastards have encrypted the signal.
So I just wasted my time?
No, we just need a device of theirs with the encryption key.
Would a radio work?
Yes.
Is something stomping down there?
Should help us decode the signal.
What if I like throw myself down?
I just need to find one of their patrols and snag a radio.
There's usually a patrol near the roundabout in the residential district.
On my way.
I'm trying to safely descend to this. Okay, good enough. Okay, we're gonna put ourselves over here. So this grapple, okay. This grapple is not like my old grapples. need to get used to it. Original. Oh my god, yes, asshole. Oh my god. How in the hell you want me to hit that? How in the hell you want me to do that? Whoa! I didn't mean to do that. Ah, I see, I see, I see. Yeet. Yeah, and then we kick this down. Okay. Yes, go eat. I'm ending right now. Anyways, please eat, sleep well, quiet. Hopefully have a good rest of your day tomorrow. Good work day. Oh, they're all gonna die dramatically now. Is there anything else hidden here? I'm just gonna sleep while they're dying. The Von Doom, he was. He really was. I feel like he had the look and the, like, meanness to him. Like, he captured it very well. Oh, we're gonna wait till morning so I don't come back to the game and it's nighttime. I was gonna do that to myself and I said, actually, no, we're just gonna sleep one more time. He just took an extra long eep. That's what he did. Okay. The bed? Icky this for Saturday as I got quiet. Good, go sleep. I am so excited to hear that you're sleeping early. It's okay, I'm about to release you guys. I'm not gonna raid out to anybody. I'm just gonna release y'all to the wild. It's a Monday. That's okay. Have a good sleep, Kai. Best Doom on the screen. Yeah. I am excited to see Robert Downey Jr. I think it'll be interesting. I think it'll do a great job, but like it's just interesting. Did I put this on loop? It is on loop. Okay, cool. And okay, yes, everybody take care. I'm going to Disneyland tomorrow. Wednesday will be community farm. If any of my community member farmers are gonna join, you're more than welcome to. Promise I love you so much. You mean more to me than I realize. I love you too, Kai. I love you. You go take care of yourself though, okay? Mwah. I love you. Put you in my pocket. But yes, everybody take care. Community farm on Wednesday. We have Resident Evil on Thursday. And then we're going to have the longest break away for me because of the rat. I will only be able to stream Wednesday next week. It's so painful. What? The rat scheduled me. It's Thanksgiving week. And they said, you're actually full-time now. And I was like, cool. We do a park day? We should do a park day. I've never gone out to the park with you. I've only gone into the park with Madison and Julia one time, and we just did a quick park day. I would like to go into fun with my park because we don't have to worry about anything. We just sign ourselves in, bro. You get full-time benefits? No, absolutely not. They just, when holiday weeks roll around, they basically say, you can work as much as we want you to. And full-timers will get the time off because they requested it, and they get the holiday pay and whatnot. I just become the temporary full-timer they need, basically. While still being part-time. I hate it. I hate it a lot. I hate it so much. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It sucks for the people who have... Oh my god. Wow, that's a look. Who have a second job. And then they get scheduled full-time during this time. And they're like, hey, I have a second job. I can't. I ain't working full-time hours. It's really bad at Disney for that because they say, no, you're working. So I work 5 days next week. I'm going to lose my mind. Maybe I stream extra on Tuesday, but I'll see how I feel because I worked that whole week. Anyways, I'm going to go. So I'm going to say bye-bye from here. Bye-bye. I can suck my butt. Yeah, I agree. But yes, please take care, everybody. I will see you all on Wednesday. Stalin, I love you. Doc, I love you. Turnip, I know you're still here, probably somewhere lurking. But I love you all. Please stay well, and I will see you all on Wednesday, okay? I'll try to post some pictures tomorrow. If not, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm bad at posting pictures. I'm bad at social media now. Anyways, I love you all. Bye-bye.